Good evening, Club Cult. Welcome. I missed you, babies. I feel like I say that way too much lately, but it's also nice to hear I miss you. So, I mean, like 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Pull us out of purgatories. Drag that dock back over. That doesn't need to be open. That doesn't need to be opened. It's fine there. Welcome. Happy Sunday. It does not feel like Sunday. It feels like Saturday all over again. Not in like a Groundhog Day sense. Just in like an, I don't know what day it is. It does not feel like the day that it is sense. I'm so confuddled, yet so blessed. Kick took away my change category and stream title button, so I just trusted it to update from restream earlier, or like at the start of stream. And it did change it for me, which is nice. I appreciate that. Setting up kitten cam. But I still don't have the button. But I can finally use commands in chat. Welcome, Cygenics. Like the slash category, slash title, everything that I haven't been able to use up until now, I can use again. I can still fix it in chat. Because I put it in wrong in restream. But I can still fix it. I'm blessed. I did my tape weird tonight. I still did not buy glue, and I still did not fix the tree in all of those days. Accountability. Voya, what is your fetish with the piano lately? Come here. Come here. When you want to be naughty, we're just going to stop and hold you for a minute. We're just going to stop and have a moment. Have a moment. Grab a Voya. Have a moment. Grab a Voya. Hello. Now, while Voya looks robust, he is a healthy weight. However, Zeke is indeed a little chonky. He's a little bit overweight. So once he's out here with the boys, we gotta play with him a lot. He is a little overweight. My lights are really bright tonight. Like, I'm white, but I'm not that white. Jesus. I gotta fix that in a minute. Boop, 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 boop. Little potato pants, you're so spoiled. My dress sheds sequins. The dress I plan to wear tonight. And I don't know if Zeke eats them or not, so we're not gonna wear it with him. And the kittens will definitely eat it. So after we're in with the babies, I'll change. I love you. Are you a naughty little potat? You are my naughty little potat. You're just a baby. You're just a baby. Will you baby? No. I thought he was going to let me hold him like a baby. You machine gun Voya. I don't think I've ever done that with you before. I'm sorry. Was that offensive? Clearly. Clearly. Okay. There you go. Okay, let's fix this lighting situation. It's really bright. I was thinking it was bright earlier, but I was like, no, I'm just misperceiving. No, that's better. That's more human. No, I don't look like a zombie creature. My neighbor at the end of the block keeps adding random no one's really decorating this year, which I have no room to judge. I don't really decorate for Halloween. I haven't decorated for Halloween since maybe like the first 2 years I lived here. I am not shit, but there's just not, it's not on my priority list. It'd be fun to do, but so would, I don't know, taking a trip to Vegas, but is there time for that? No. Where was I going with that? Oh, my neighbor at the end of the block when I'm walking the dogs keeps adding like another scary guy like every couple of days, and I keep having to name them so I talk to them when I walk past and the dogs don't get freaked out. I have to acknowledge and say hi to the fake characters. There's a Michael. First there was Fred. Fred is like a chainsaw surgeon guy. He's kind of scary. He's like Uncle Fester, but like really fucked up looking. And then they added a Michael Myers. So like, okay, hello Michael, how are you doing today? And now there's a dead girl on the ground with like a sheet over her. That's Jillian. We have to say hi to Jillian. This is my life lately. These kittens will eat anything. You saw them chewing on the newspaper. They need to stop playing with the newspaper. They're mostly not eating the litter. They just kind of pick it up every once in a while and like just spit it out, kind of like Spyro with rocks. It's interesting. I wish they would stop that though. But as soon as they're fully not or let me rephrase that, not litter munching. That sounds dirty. It is dirty. It's litter in their mouth. Then no more newspaper in there. No more hamsters. They got a new litter box upgrade today. I'm excited for that. They officially have a litter box instead of just a cardboard box. Because mom decides to use their litter box. And that's a lot more burden than kitty. Tiny kitty. Big kitty is bigger P than tiny kitty. Tiny P. Now the sassy pants are on. Yeah. That's all on me. I fucked with him. Oh, it finally loaded. My time hop has been glitching out lately, and I'm afraid to lose my streak because I have a really long streak. Shout out to this time of year. You know what? This month has really sucked in terms of hanging out with Club Cult, and I apologize for that. Did not mean for it to go that way. I have even more fun news to share about that for the rest of the month and the start of November. At some point. Whenever it pops back into my head. But at least we're at home this month instead of last year. That sucked. That sucked. What is my time hop streak? It actually loads in the house. Usually I scroll through it and nothing loads in the backyard. Ah, my Mia Wallace cosplay. That one came out good. Shout out to filters. Did not have the bloody nose. She's fun. I feel like I look terrible in that wig. I hate that haircut, but she's fun. Oh, I think I went to a Suicide Girls show a few years ago today. A few years being 6. That's a dress that I wore for it. Unless I just put it on for no reason, and that's possible. Oh no, it was the Suicide Girls show. I can't remember where it was, but it was fun. I want to say... Okay, that's 6 years ago. I think that's the last time I had a drink. Because I got really anxious in, like, the middle of it. I don't know why. I had, like, half a beer. It was so much fun. This isn't gonna show up for shit, but there's a Stormtrooper set. Highly recommend. I don't even know if they're still performing anymore. I'm staring at my phone for too long. Now looking up at lights is weird. They do the coolest burlesque sets. Can you zoom in on time up? Yeah, they're Stormtroopers, but also in Sailor Moon outfits. Like, come on! Highly recommend if anyone ever gets the chance to see their show, if they're still performing, to go see it. I've seen them twice and it was good. It was good. I don't know if they're still performing. What is my streak? We're at 9 years. No, today we go back as far as 15 years. That's just a photo with an older date to it, though. It's not actually my picture. It's one I've saved. What's cooler than being cool? 7-year streak. Time Hop is my longest, most committed relationship. It can't have been for May the 4th because it was October 26th or 27th or 25th or something of 6 years ago. But that would be cool to see it on that date. I wonder if they still perform. I don't know if that's still a thing anymore. I used to get invitations for free tickets from MFC because they would sponsor their shows. And I don't know if they still sponsor their shows or not. And I don't know if they still perform or not. Shouting at Google again. Blackheart Burlesque. That's in 2020. There's an update. I don't think they're performing anymore post-COVID. Oh, that's sad. I think COVID put the kibosh on that one. That stinks. Unless... That's only Suicide Girl updates. That's not... Burlesque updates. Okay, we're multi-streaming, so that's educational. I mean, it is educational. I'm educating myself as if they're still performing or not. It's tasteful. It's tasteful. The panini did end a lot of things, but you know, a lot of the things didn't affect me. So, as a very self-centered American, whoa, big kitty cam. Little kitty's big cam. I just didn't really put it into too much consideration. However, now something has finally affected me, and I'm like, dang. 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 It only took 5 years for something to, like, kind of bite me in the butt, so I'll take it. I'll take it. I had to drop off Poop from Void at the rescue today, because she's been not so solid the last couple days. Babies are fine, but considering that she's also using their litter box, I figured it's probably best if we nip this in the bud ASAP. Which I did it wrong. I was supposed to fill out a sign-in sheet and the little sticker for it, and I forgot to fill out the sign-in sheet, and they texted me at the end of the day, and I was like, oh. I forgot. I was instructed, and I looked around at the table before I was done, and I was like, I'm forgetting something. I'm missing something. And yes, I did, but I didn't notice it. Daisy's so bummed she can't stand up on top of the tower anymore. She's gonna tumble. Oh my god, she can. Barely. Never mind. She's turning into a real cat. She has to prove me wrong. I hope the weekend's kind to everybody. I missed you, babies. I missed you, babies. Ziggy's been chomping at the bit to meet Club Cult. Just to make you feel better, you had to go back and fill it out. Oh, no, it didn't. I just felt bad because I'm a dumbass. It was an incredibly kind exchange. I didn't have to go back for it either. What was the message I got? Oh, please confirm with me once you drop it off. I didn't see you today, but I might have missed you. I just need to get her on the schedule on the proper days so they don't toss the fecal. And I said, oh, frick. It's my first time dropping off, and I didn't do the sign-in sheet, I'm remembering. I'm so sorry I missed a step, but I did drop it off and label it in the bowl. I'll remember for next time. I kept looking at the table thinking I was forgetting something, and sure enough, if I need to drop off another sample tomorrow, I will do that. And then they said, oh, no worries. I think we will be fine. If for some reason it ends up getting tossed, we'll just message you to drop off another one. And I said, thank you. It's no problem if I need to drop off another one. She's abundant the last couple of days. I appreciate your help. Which she is. Homegirl is shitting up a storm. She's pooping like at least twice as much. She's pooping a lot. She's pooping. I mean, better out than in, but like... Poor Beeb. It's not fun to run back and forth to the bathroom. Don't blame her for using the baby's box. I don't know how I feel about this playlist. There's a royalty-free music thing that I forgot I had a subscription to, and it renewed, number one. And number two, it's all YouTube and Twitch safe and all of that. But sometimes I like it and sometimes I don't, and it's not easy. It's not something you can just put on and let play. I gotta fuck with it. You know, that's such an imposition. That's so much hard work. Donkey! Oh, donkey! Like, what's a donkey? Like, did you get a reward in game or something? Oh my god. Cats are like onions. They do have layers. Cats are like ogres or like onions. Much layers. The donkey. I'm a dumbass. That's hilarious. So unfortunately, / fortunately, I fixed this wig in terms of length and fluffiness. But it's also starting to fall apart in the process of fixing it. So this may be the last time that we see it. Maybe. I don't know if I can fix this part. The part of the elastic that's coming off. Stop that. Wild babies. Daisy is obsessed with the fabric potty pad that I put under the new box. Tried to type with the Mike Myers and Shrek accent. Yeah, that is challenging. I don't blame you. I read that completely out of context. The donkey. Donkey! I probably would have spelled that D-U-N-K-E-Y. But it probably still would have made just as little of sense. What's a donkey? A donkey? What am I doing? Rephrase that. What do I want to be doing with this? Every once in a while they do a leap attack and it's so fierce and cute at the same time. I know! They're wild beans. I took a clip earlier that I meant to post in Discord, but it was too long. But it was on the security cam or the baby cam, I guess, from this morning. And it was Mom and Daisy going back and forth for like a good minute and a half of just leaps and bounds. And at some point, Void went too fast or hard or something because Daisy puffed up. And then Void was like, oh dang, I gotta chill. That was fierce and cute. Void is such a ditz when it comes to playing, and I love that for her. She does not know what she's doing. I love them so much. They're just dumb babies. Stripes is still a little mad at me after doing her nails, and that was days ago. She's wary of me still. What the heck, lady? And their nails are sharp again. And it was less than a week ago I trimmed them. Daisy really is showing off being able to get up there again. I didn't think she could still get up there. Definitely by the time they have their 8-week appointment Tuesday, I will be spending part of that coming Wednesday taking everything down and making the room for them. Oh, I knew I would circle back to this. Alright, this week is going to be complicated. Marbles has her dental Tuesday morning drop-off. So I won't see you Beebs tomorrow. And then I think the rest of the week is normal-ish up until Saturday. And I have a procedure on Monday that I have to start prepping for on Saturday. I have to get scoped and surgeryed again. I forgot all about this. It was like, oh shit. Came up on my calendar. That's on Monday. So the rest of this week, or the start of this week, and then the start of November is going to be goofy. But then everything should be pretty chill outside of my normal chaos. My regularly scheduled Serena chaos. It's hard to learn how to play living on the streets. There's no time to play living on the streets. Especially being a girl cat. Like, I don't know. Maybe the boys have a little bit of time to be goofy because they're not worried about fending off baby makers and all they really have to do is just eat, fucking sleep. But I don't know, Tank had no idea what a toy was. He was afraid of the string toys. He's still a little wary of certain ones. I haven't tried a string toy with them yet. Maybe we will tonight. Foya was really excited by mousy toys at first, but he was never sketched out by string toys. Gunther loves toys, but he's a natural-born predator. It's good to be the king. Yes, it is. The king of the castle. Right now, Daisy's... Oh, well, Daisy was king of the hill. The camera glitched and the kitten just spawned. Kitten respawned. I think that's Stripes. Stripes kind of has a rat tail. And that's how I differentiate between Stripes and Nibbler when they're on camera. As long as someone's moving, I can see who has a fluffier tail or a rat tail. Oh no! I don't think I took it too far first. I forgot. This has horrible fallout. How many times have I done Harley? 1 million. How many times am I going to forget that I need to do this? 1 million. 1 million. Golly gee. Willikers Batman. It's a perfect time to use that nuanced phrase. Golly gee Willikers Batman. My dad says that when he's mildly pissed off sometimes. I asked my dad if Tank was going to get a voice credit when I stopped by to pick up more newspaper the other day, and he laughed. I think that means no. And that's okay. But it's funny. He really does like that clip, though. I'm glad. I'm proud. I think it's like 4 seconds long. I did 4 seconds of good stuff. Or maybe it's 8 seconds slowed down and it was 4 seconds. These are 4 or 8 seconds. Little mooshy moosh. There we go. Safety zone. Him and Sylvester are still not getting along. One of these nights we gotta go down like a Jackson Galaxy rabbit hole and try and figure this out. I think they just need to be reintroduced properly, but I don't know what the proper way to do that is. And probably like constant reintroductions. They're weird. How else is Tank gonna flesh out his filmography and get more work? I know. It's not fair. You gotta put the boy's name out there. Credit your artists. I try to. I don't in Discord because I think that's rather pointless. But any other social media, if I post anything that, like a picture someone else has taken, I try really, really hard to remember to credit the artist. Tank's just a young sprout. He's ready to launch his career. Let the man be. He's been so sweet with the cone on. I feel bad. It's like the same as Diesel and Crate Rest. Like, I think Tank thinks that he's being punished. Like, he was naughty. I don't know. I feel so bad. He's so sweet with it on. He hasn't gotten upset and tried to bite me once. It's the longest we've ever gone without even just a silly nip. Well, he doesn't do mean nips anymore, really. Far and few between. And that's usually when I hella overstimulate him and it's my fault. Oh, dang it. God dang it, Bobby. He hasn't even been love bitey though. But he sure is lovey. He has the worst eye boogers right now. I swear to God, I'm trying to clean them as much as he will let me every day. We go down with him. It's a no judgment zone. I am doing my best there. I can only do what he will let me. His eye boogers are so bad. They're so bad. Like, he looks like a boxer. I don't know. There's actually a movie coming out that I'm excited about. Kind of. I'm not really set on how they cast the main character. The Christy Martin movie, I always want to call her Christy Mack, and that's a completely different person. The Christy Martin movie that's coming out, I want to see. I watched a few documentaries on her, and I find her life interesting. I don't think I want to see it in theaters, but whenever I can watch it with the zoo. As much as I think it's cool when people get into character, it like confuses my brain when I can't recognize a recognizable face. And you can tell it's her, but it looks so different than her. Casting Sydney Sweeney. She's so pretty, but she looks so different. It's confusing to my brain. Probably good enough to see in theaters, but I don't know. There's probably some like achievement unlocked in life that will pop up like over my head if I go to the movies alone, but I don't really want to. And I can't take Pippi because my dad has the service dog harness. Because he's been using that for Sylvester because it fits him. I don't know if Pippi would want to be comfortable in a theater seat through a movie either. I don't know. I don't want to pay for a movie. I don't want to get popcorn. I don't want to get a pop. I don't want to have to pee halfway through the movie and then find my way back to my seat. I don't want to go to the movies. But I do want to see it. I have no desire to leave my house, too. Alright, it is baby food time, so we are harlified for the night. There's no one I know that would want to see it with me. And that's okay. But it looks good. I don't know, I feel like for so many years, every movie that comes out, I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like, that looks interesting. But this one I actually want to see. I do find it interesting, though, like, the common overlap of, like, Netflix releases a documentary and then within 3 years there's a movie. Like, of the same person, biopic or character, whatever it is. I don't know if they're copycatting or, like, going off of, like, Netflix metrics or all streaming service metrics, probably. To be inclusive. In terms of, like, okay, the people are really watching this, so let's turn this into a movie. There's a big, not big, but multi-part series they put out about her life. I don't remember too much about it, but I remember I couldn't stop watching it. Very, like, sucked you in. Her life had so many different layers. Ogres and onions. Layers. See a lot in video games, too. That is very true. Like the other night when I pulled every game and its brother off of PlayStation Plus. And it looks good. It looks good. Realistically, if there's 50 of those games that we pulled, maybe like 7 or 8 will be good and interesting. Creation does well, and then a bunch of other similar things come out. That makes a lot of sense in terms of like a lot of multiplayer. First person fighter? That's not like a category, but I think that makes sense for the point I'm trying to get to. They all have a very similar storyline and layout, especially recently. Or general storyline, not like the actual storyline. The hero's journey. But that's not uncommon in games either. I feel like the devil's advocate right now. I'm contradicting every other thing that I'm saying. I guess if it works, don't break it. Well, you can't do the same thing forever. I feel like games do it sooner than movies, though. Like, if something does well a year ago, there's gonna be like 5 of it this year. Not Christy Mack, Christy Martin. It's always wrong in my head. When did the documentary come out? 2021, so 4 years later. Untold, The Deal with the Devil. That's a valid feeling. Thank you for sharing with the class. That's fair. The concept of cruises freak me out more and more every day. Being stuck. Can't get off of it anytime you want. There's people everywhere. There's germs brewing. People definitely die and you don't find out about it. Like, that freaks me out. Freaks me out. I think it is time to retire this mascara. Dun 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 dun. Done. Because games are often available with some early releases. Lets competitors get an early start too. True. And a lot of smaller games are crowd. I gotta pull this up and look at it. Because in my head it screams Doc Ock. A lot of like indie games, like that horse game that I wanted to try, are GoFundMes or like Kickstarters too. So I feel like that allows them to release like their version of the concept and get a leg up on it before the next person tries to do that spin-off of that genre in that conceptual way. That's ogres and onions. There's many layers to tonight. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Hot tubs are the grossest thing ever on cruise. I didn't even consider that. Oh God. I follow some true crime stuff. This is so gross. I follow some true crime stuff on Instagram. And of course, you know, the algorithm is always watching and always listening. And earlier today, it came across a crime scene clean out on my feed. And it was someone who had died in a hot tub. And it was a clip of the sludge of the human soup of the tub, like from afar, like not close up, but no, that's like 10 leaps forward from a gross hot tub on a cruise ship. But just had to share that with the class. I just had to share that with you all. I had to see it. Now you guys have to think it. It's nasty. Oh, that is so much better. I haven't had a new fresh mascara in so long. Like, just because I haven't needed it. But wow. That's so nice. And so fluffy. And so cute and fluffy. Fluffy. Okay, I'm over it. I'm over it. I got the funniest email. Well, it's probably not that funny. I haven't opened it yet. I'm going to open it with you guys. Because all it makes me think of is Doc Ock. It's a Kickstarter thing that's not Kickstarter. It's a pledge box, I think. It's a Kickstarter-y thing. are you? It's called Spine Sync. Spine Sync. It's kind of dog-ocky. Oh, you know what? That actually looks pretty awesome. I didn't know what to expect opening it up. I just knew that I appreciated the notification. And it amused me. And all I could think of is that it turns you into Doc Ock. Like, I don't know. It would be something that you would wear all day. Not just like a massagey thing. Oh, it's Indiegogo. Why is it Indiegogo, but I got the email from Pledgebox? Load, you fucker. You gonna get there? Turn too many people into Doc Ock. The product no longer exists. Okay, it doesn't turn you into Doc Ock. But it still looks neat. I feel like that could be accomplished with like a tray and a very capable knife and some tennis balls. Minus like the red light therapy bit. I missed the Hong and Kong and I immediately thought it was made out of a Kong toy. I missed the Hong and Hong Kong.
We sit for hours.
It is a back massage thing. I thought it was gonna be something like that you wore all day that like, I don't know. I just imagined Doc Ock. But I was trying to think like realistically, so I imagine it was something you wore all day. But in my head it turned you into Doc Ock. Probably outsourced the mailing stuff, probably.
Lifting weights.
Or maybe Pledgebox owns Indiegogo. I don't know. Because I think Pledgebox is what a lot of people do, like, little plushies for and things, for, like, special drops. Michael Phelps, is that Michael Phelps, or does he just look like him? Oh, no, it says up here. But he does kind of look, he looks like a short Michael Phelps, just a little bit. No shade. Short king. I think Michael Phelps is very tall. He's hogging all the tall. It's not his fault.
Meet Spine Sync, a smart massager designed to protect your spine. It follows your natural.
You need a helper for it?
From neck to tailbone for targeted relief. It brings 4 powerful therapies into one device: physical vibration, dual wave red light, graphene powered heat, low frequency TENS pulse stimulation.
That's mostly what I imagine it would be, is just something like that.
Stimulation. Massage heads are spaced to avoid your vertebrae and nerves.
He's the knockoff version.
To target muscles precisely along both sides of your spine. It's also designed to fit your pelvis perfectly, massaging deep muscles like your pelvic floor, glutes, and piriformis.
Massaging your booty, but okay.
The arc-shaped layout even reaches the groin and lower abdomen.
I wonder if there's like a cheap knockoff version of this on Amazon that's already been invented that would be worth trying. Is he playing on a Switch?
Hips, abdomen, legs.
Okay, that's more of what I imagine though, is the sticky pads. The TV actor version, yes.
Anytime you need it. Before bed.
Some Padme makeup.
While gaming.
They're really pushing the whole, like, butt massage.
At work.
Trajectory here.
Exercise. Spine Sync helps relax and recharge your body from the inside
It depends on the force of it, and the little sticky pads look like they make you a little jumpy. I think that'd feel a little funky. I don't know about that one. Okay, so confirmed it doesn't turn you into Doc Ock. But it's actually way more interesting than I thought it would be. Welcome, Smoops. Oh, no shit. Did you like it? Or do you like having it? This was an email for a startup that I got, and in my head, it turned you into Doc Ock. And I wanted to look at it with you guys and see if it actually does turn you into Doc Ock. Is it costly? Where is your... Or they just take... But I don't use Indiegogo often. I don't remember how it works. God, your page is long. Scroll, 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 scroll. Powered by Pledgebox. So, whatchamacallit? Indiegogo must be sponsored by Pledgebox. There we go. How is that so fucking far down? That's really expensive. That's with a cupping kit, though. This is sheesh! Sheesh! Yeah, is there a cheap knockoff on Amazon? How expensive was yours, Smoops? That's insane. Fuck that. Goodbye, Paige. I don't wanna... You don't exist to me anymore. I just... No. Okay, it looks like I got punched in the lip. I gotta finish this. You did like it. Yours had a mesh that covered the rollers, but the mesh broke, so it became kind of dangerous. Oh. It sounds like it's something with a lot of design flaws. Which is probably why this one is so expensive. It would pinch you sometimes. Oh, I would not like that. I would be very upset. I would go from deeply relaxed to motherfucker, and it would ruin my night. Yeah, from massage to meat grinder in seconds. Let's not. Oh. I got it years ago. It wasn't that expensive, though. I want to look for something similar to that. It looks really cool, but not for that price. I appreciate the Consumer Report, Smoops. I hope the week's been kind to you. It was a pleasant surprise. I really didn't think it would turn you into Doc Ock, but that's what I expected, and it's way more technical than that. Or way less technical than that, rather. That's a concept. That's a practice. That's a theory. Been doing good. Yay! My night has been wonderful. It actually has been a good night over here. I feel pretty human again today, and I appreciate that. It's been a good one. Had a little bit of running around to do earlier, but it's been a pretty chill day. Does not have it in many days, and I appreciate that. I am a grateful girly. In a few minutes, we're gonna feed the babies, and then hang out with Zeke for a few, and then I'll change into my dress for tonight. It sheds sequins, and I trust everyone else in the zoo not to eat them, but not the babies and not Ziggy yet. I'm excited for you guys to meet him. I'm hyping it up way more than it's gonna be hype. It's gonna be anticlimactic. He's gonna crawl into my lap, and that's gonna be it. He is such a love. I almost feel like, not guilty, but I can't put my finger on the feeling. Kind of guilty for adopting him, because he's such a good boy. Like, I try to go out of my way to take in, you know, wonky dudes, special cases. Kind of the unwantables, so to speak. And he is such a love. All he wants to do is just rub on you and sit on your lap And, like, anytime you bring a new cat home, they're usually wary. Like, they'll hide right away or whatever. He crawled right out of the carrier, and he crawled right into my lap, and he's like, okay, I'm home. I'm happy. Appa-da-pa-da. I feel so bad for taking in such an easy cat. I mean, yes, he's FIV positive. Yes, he has some health issues. Yes, he needs a special diet. Yes, he needs special monitoring, etc. But, like, he is an easy cat. I love him, and I'm so committed to his life and his wonderfulness. But I almost feel bad. Like, he's easy. I could have... If I adopted him for my grandpa when my grandpa was alive, he would be the perfect cat for my grandpa. Like... Makes me feel weird about it, because it's like, yes, you need it at home, but like, you're so easy. And that's the most wonderful thing about people adopting a cat and not returning it, is that the cat is easy. I don't know. I think it was good to take him in too, though. I love him. I couldn't not. I went through all the stages of insanity. Don't feel bad for giving him a good home. I'm trying not to, but it's a feeling that I really cannot put my finger on to, like, say it. I need, like, a feelings chart. I think I actually have a feelings chart over here. It might have fallen down, though. It might be under my comics. The feelings chart. There it is. You need one of these when you're a cam girl. He is so happy, and I love him so much. He actually needs to be updated for his rabies, and his appointment isn't until the 30th. And I 100% think he's ready to be out here by now, which is crazy that he's, like, that well adjusted. But I have to get him up to date on all of his shots first. What am I feeling? Where's guilty? Remorseful. I guess that's a better way of putting it. Remorseful? I don't know, like, I guess in a way it's similar to, like, a grieving feeling. Of, like, I know that you could have been perfect for anyone. I mean, like, being stuck with me isn't bad, but... That's an interesting feeling. Is guilty on here? Or not guilty? Or is grieving? Is that one emotion that we're missing? Why doesn't it have grief on here? I mean, I guess grief is more complicated than, like, dumbing down each emotion into 2 other sub-emotions. It's really not on here. That's surprising. Emotions are much like waves. We cannot stop them from coming, but we can choose which one to surf. Easier said than done, but true. Very true. Very true. He is happy boy. Ziki Tiki Tavi. That reminds me of a book that we read in... We read it on a library day in, like, 3rd grade. It was called Tiki Tiki Tembo. And one of the main, like, the chorus line of the book was Tiki Tiki Tembo, no sarembo, cherry berry ruchi, pip peri pembo. And we shouted it back at the teacher so many times in congruence with the book. I think it was a little bit longer, like a read aloud story, that has stuck in my head and taken up space and neurons for all of these years. Tiki Tiki Tembo, no sarembo, cherry berry ruchi, pip peri pembo. Sounds like I'm having a stroke. What's Ricky Tiki Tavi? I'm missing a reference here. And I'm going on a completely different path. I don't even remember what the book was about. Riki Tiki Tumbo. It's a 1968 picture book. It was controversial. Oh, so it was like racist. Awesome. Perpetuates stereotypes, misrepresents Chinese culture, and uses made-up words that are not authentically Chinese. Okay, I'm gonna stop saying that now. It's based on a Japanese folktale called Jugemu, not a traditional Chinese one, as the book claims. What was it about, though? Isn't that a Donovan song? I don't know. Is it a Donovan song? Riki Tiki Tavi is an old story about an English boy living in India who befriends a mongoose and protects him from cobras. Oh my god, wait! I know this! My niece had to read that as a required reading. I remember it being on the bottom of the coffee table. I know well, I didn't read the book, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I remember thinking, what a weird book. Like, just in concept of, like, I don't know, being friends with a mongoose. There's more to it than that, but I know exactly what you're talking about. You jogged my memory. It's a long time ago. Oh, my goodness. It's a Donovan song. No shit! It perpetuates everywhere. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. What are you about? Oh, it's about a boy with a long name who fell down a well. Falling down a well is pretty significant. I don't remember that. I just remember the phrase. Probably named after the book because it was in the 1800s. This was 1960s. So I'm sure there's some overlap, like Asia and India. There's many folklore stories where it just changes a little bit in between culture and culture. So I wonder if they had similar elements. Not hating on the book, not judging it. I just remember when she was reading, I was thinking, like, what a weird required reading. Of all the required readings that you could have. She had a couple of good ones, though. There's one that I really liked that I cannot remember for the life of me right now. But I remember I read it after she went to bed, and it was so good. It was a chapter book. It was longer. It wasn't just tiny. But I can't remember what it was. I'm sure it's actually in my Goodreads history. But that's far back to go. And they're hungry babies. Get them bouncing about. Climbing the walls. They are ready to be on the go. It's odd that it was required reading, but a lot of required reading is weird, I feel. Yeah. I think for this one, they got a list where they got to choose out of a certain collection of them. Like, they were all non-American book styles. Or non-American storylines. So they just had to choose one out of there. No. My niece is Indian, so she probably chose that one. Or she's half Indian. It looked like such a weird book. There was a couple years where we were allowed to choose. I liked that. Still not a big fan of Catcher in the Rye, which so many people claim is amazing. I mean, it's just a monologue, really. I don't know. I feel like it's the book version of like a doom scroll. Like, you can keep reading through it and it can capture your attention, but you're not really accomplishing anything or learning anything or like absorbing any relevant information through reading it. It's a good book, but it's a junk food read, if that makes sense. I don't know. There's serious reads and then there's junk food reads. And Catcher in the Rye, I feel like, is a junk food read. You can pick it apart and analyze it and make it something more than it is. You can just take it for what it is. And it's pre-doom scrolling, doom scrolling. That's all that it is. It's just pre-doom scrolling, doom scrolling. we'll go with the babies first and then Zekerton after, so I'm not spreading any potential germs that he might still have from the shelter over here. I think that's also why I feel weird about adopting him, is because I committed years ago to like only adopting from animal control. And this place is a no-kill shelter, and I think that's also another weird feeling about it. But that's okay. I keep reminding myself too, like, it's been a long year. I deserve an easy win. If that easy win is Zeke, like, accept the blessing, damn it. Good golly. Good golly, Miss Molly. We'll flip tripods a couple of times. I'm gonna use the big one for the B-Buzz. Oh, Chauncey, you're a jingle bell. I hear you. This bottom light is just not my friend. It's not my friend. Merp. It's Mickey Mouse. Haha. I could put this behind my head and make it more accurate, but I'm lazy. I'm lazy, haha. Don't you know? Of course we know. It will be so nice if he gets along with the boys. That is the only contingent factor. However, if you guys remember when Tank came in, there was a hiss in the video, and that was Gunther on the other side of the door. Gunther has hissed anytime I've had any of the neighborhood cats spend the night in here. Gunther has hissed at Slavka. Gunther has touched noses through the door in the gate, but has not hissed at him yet. And I think that's a promising sign. I think we're doing good there. I'm still holding out hope for Tank to join the ranks of the boys. That is the goal at the Franch. It is very much the goal. Would be a similar layout to this room, but more expansive. I'm gonna knock down a wall. I just can't do that yet. There's some complications with the Franch lately that there are hella stressing me out. It's stupid adult things I don't like. But I have a plan. I either want to knock the wall down in between the two rooms to make a giant room, or I want to put a couple of cat doors underneath the wall and then like allow for separate spaces if necessary, or if they just want to be chill, or if I'm like doing something insane on a pole and it's like, okay, we gotta go the other way for a little bit so we don't get smush. We don't want to get smush. We don't want to do that. I'm doing 5 things too fast here. Slavka can be a bit much, and that's okay. We love her. We love her for that. Oh my god, I have to show you guys Munster before I take this down. He is living his best life right now. His meds are upsetting his tummy. So I brought a TV down for him so that he gets more... Look at him! He's so close to it. I put one of my other monitors, which doesn't have sound. I don't have a way to put, like, speakers into it. I don't know. It's not playing sound. Like, maybe it's broken. I really don't know. I don't know how to make it make sound. I have a small set of speakers and they're USB, but it doesn't have a USB port to plug into it. It only has HDMI and the old laptop connection that I can't remember the name of. VCA? No, that's not right. That's the vet's office. Something. But it's not playing sound. But he's watching birds and squirrels right now. That's my boy. He is staring over at the camera. When I put it on, like, to look at them, or there's motion, it does, like, a little, like, sound. He's creeping. Now he's eeping. But he's sitting so close to the screen. He's so close to the screen. He loves watching his birds and squirrels. He's been fucking with the screen all night. I set that up for him around like 4 p.m. and he's been so happy with it. He's so cute and silly. Love to stop in and say hi to him too. His meds upset his tummy earlier though. I felt bad. I was like, you need something else to like distract you. I don't know. You need more enrichment. A non-load bearing wall, yes. It's actually in the basement. The whole basement is pretty much going to be a stream studio versus like half the house here, kind of, sort of. And there's an abundance of window wells, so we'll still have plenty of natural light. But the way it's built out in there, I have to take pictures next time. It's kind of a mess right now. But the way it's built out, we'll either be able to knock down the wall or add a couple of other spots in the wall. Knocking down a wall is a commitment, so I'm trying to figure it out perfect. For warmth. He's a cozy boy. He's a cozy boy. But then everyone will be together. The boys will be together. Whether they can get along with supervision. So whether it's just when I'm on stream that everyone's together and then they're a little bit separate, or if they're together all the time, however it works. However it works, it'll work. Okay, there's that. Need me cam, not kitty cam. Add to obs. Sorry, boy. Oh, my lens is scuffy. That's fuzzy. That's fuzzy fuddy duddy. I don't want my notifications. I don't care about them. Go away. Thank you. I don't subscribe to your nonsense. We're about to see the Slavka proofing chair, and we'll lose audio momentarily. The Slavka proofing chair. The chair that was in Ziki's room that didn't fit anymore. With the hangers that I need to figure out to do things with. With the chair that keeps Slavka out. 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 She's a crazy girl. Maybe eventually she can be friends with everyone again, but I think she would be a bit intimidating for Mr. Zeke Zekerton. I'm a thinking. That is my theory. My toxic trait is I let recycle pile up until like every Monday and then I take it all out. Those boxes don't need to be there. Wait, your food bowl is like sideways. Why? Unlocked. Simple. Yeah, she does have no boundaries. And she runs at you and then just... Like, that's intimidating. That's really intimidating. It's intimidating. Boop. Oh, Gunther is so cute right now. Look at him. He is a little baked potato. He is a little baked potato. He is a little trilling baked potato. Mark, Mark, Mark. Are you excited for a brother? Are you excited for a brother? Toxic trait is the boots on the organ keys. Okay, that's true too. Toxic trait is the piano in general just doesn't get used as a piano. Or organ doesn't get used as an organ. You are so cute. You are the fuzziest fluffy buddy. Aww. Some chin. Some chin. Gunther, you look like a twice baked potato. Do some bellies. You're a little baby sea otter. Oh, am I just so frustrating? You're so silly. Oh, Gunther gonna big purr. I don't know if the mic will catch it or not. He's so cozy. Chortle. Okay, pug boy. Sort it out. Oh, sort it out. A little coffee. Oh, we have an asthma moment. We have those in the house. It's okay. Breathe it out. Breathe it out. Too much love. Can't breathe. Too much love. Can't breathe. The lighting over here is like very dynamic. I don't know if it's as good as I think it is, but it'd be fun to shoot it and I like it. There's fun shadows. Cool. You're gonna remember how my lights are set and where I am. To clean your wall, Gunther, you snort all over the wall. Some scritches with the nails and all is forgiven. That's true. You're gonna be sad when I don't do nails anymore. And that's okay, but oh. I feel like Void has gotten used to them. Like Void really likes them. Tank loves them too. Gunther just loves a good rubbing. You're sitting like such a potato. Welcome to Mad Topher. How you doing tonight? Happy Sunday from Gunther the potato. Gunther, the way you're laying makes you look so chunky. I promise he has not gained 30 pounds since the last time you guys have seen him. It's just a very awkward angle that he is laying at. Mr. Guntheroni Macaroni. You're so cute and happy. We gotta feed the babies, honey. I got distract code. He is in his potato pose. He's like side loafing. And side loafing apparently turns you into a baked potato. I've now learned. What did I do with this? Fixed. I love you. I love you, but we need to feed the children. What about the children? The children. The children. The children. Oh, you know what? I did this wrong. Fix. Go somewhere. Tripod. You don't hear about that yoga pose much? What would the potato pose? I guess potato pose would be like child pose. I think. I have to figure this out. Log in with Google. Be like child pose? Potato pose? Or like sideways child pose? Potato? I get very annoyed when my screen flips, yet I don't set my screen to screen lock. Make it make sense. Potato. Potato pose. They take test us. And then we're on the go. Tank test. Where's Tanky? Come up. Tank test. Hello, Mr. Boya. I love you. You are the boy. Are you looking at your handsome self? You're a very cute little bean. Tank test. Tank test. Okay, we're good. It's the starchiest yoga pose. Instead of the sturdiest, it's the starchiest. I'll take it. I accept that. I accept that. Cheeto pose and you're just lying on the couch covered in Cheeto dust. Oh god. So potato pose is being a neckbeard. That's neckbeard yoga. Okay. I get it now. It makes sense. That's valid. That's possible. That's probable. Lock the door. Because crazy babies. Is that really how this layout is? I thought this was better. Oh, there we go. I just scrolling. This phone is getting old. It's misbehaving. The Apple tells it to. It's not fair. Light. Light. Oh, light go bye-bye. disappearing light. Where do you go? You go places. Okay. Now we go places. Make some mush. Mash. Mush. I don't remember if I need to make more mush. So we're gonna check and see. We need to make more mush. Mush, 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 mush. Mush. Like mushy, mush, mush. You guys, I had to defrost my fridge in the house the other day, and it was not fun. There was a lot of towels. I did not approve of the process. It was too cold to put it outside. And I didn't want to roll it outside because it's heavy. And I was being lazy. I defrosted it in the house, and it was mess. I have lipstick in my teeth. It was a mess. I am a mess. But it was a mess. But I forgot to blot my lipstick. I should probably rephrase that too. I had to defrost the freezer part of my fridge inside, and it was no fun. It's not a pleasant experience. We don't want to repeat that experience. Yeah, we will inevitably repeat that experience, but not until next winter, and hopefully at the French. Well, not hopefully, it will be at the French. If not, I will just, I don't know, scream. Hi, babies. Hi, babies. Alternative mom. I'm alternative version of mom. I am mom in true form. Yes. Whoa. I mean, secondary mom. I'm pseudo mom. Are we sleepy now? Did we crazy ourselves out? Are we sleepy now? But what did the baby squeak? Aw, Stripes in the bed is so cute. She is so adorable. She just lay and she just look. She just be. And Nibbler squeaky. And little Daisy says hello. Whoa! Their pupils are starting to change a little bit. So they've been big this whole time. Let me see if I can do this and show closer. Daisies are finally like slits instead of just big bubbly pupils. Go down tripod. This is exciting. You see. Hi, Daisy May. Let me see your eyes. I keep calling her Daisy May. Hi. They're not as tiny as they just was or just were. But wow. Look at yours. They're so big. And yours are so big. Well, yours are getting a little smaller. Hi. They're turning into real cats. What? When did that happen? Oh. When did that happen? When did they turn into real cats? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. When does that happen? I don't know. You can connect a garden hose to yours, which can drain out of. I'm jealous, but your fridge is also probably not from the 80s. And my fridge is from the 80s. Although I feel like that would be like a very 80s centric design. But I don't think it has that. But to be honest, I've never looked. It's like a small freezer or small fridge. It's a juice fridge, I think, actually. It's like what would be considered like a mini fridge, like in college now. She is so cute. She's adorable. They do manage to share the bed pretty well. I know her pupils dilate. That was the word I was looking for. I can't believe it. That's the first time that's happened. Club Colt, you're here for a milestone. That's like baby's first steps, but like, oh, baby's first, I don't know, eye movement. Ah, there we go. Alright, let's get some food. Let's get some food. Let's get some food. Let's get some food. Impressive that it's still going. I don't think new fridges will last 40 years. Fuck no. I'm actually really bummed that when my grandpa died, they had in the kitchen, I'm sure, a fridge and freezer that the new owners will have gotten rid of. But it was from Sears, and it was at least 40 years old. I think they got it in like the probably around the same time as this one. It's like the 80s. It was a Kenmore. And it still had the warranty for my grandpa to have it fixed a couple years before he passed away. It still had the warranty. Sears came out and fixed it for free. It was under a lifetime warranty. Number 1. Number 2, the fridge lasted that long. Number 3, they said I couldn't take any appliances, but I still took the garage fridge. And that's the fridge that I have. But I couldn't take the big fridge, which I'm sure the new owners just got rid of it, and that sucks, but baby's first sobriety test. Oh my god. No, newer fridges do not last that long. I think my dad had to replace his fridge a few years ago. He had that one for maybe like 15 years. He doesn't like the new one he has now. It yells at him about a filter for something, and he doesn't like that. Sears brand was Kenmore. Okay, then yeah, it must have been a Kenmore. It was just such a good fridge and freezer. And right when I was getting everything from their house, my fridge had broken. Well, my freezer motor had completely gone out in my fridge. So I was ready to replace it, and I was excited for that one, but not allowed to have that one. Hold on, dear. Look, I gotta put it on the plate for you. There you go, hungry. I thought that was so cool, though. It was pre-Panini, because he passed away in 2020. So maybe like 2017, someone came out and worked on it. I think there was just limescale buildup that was stopping the water dispenser from running. But they had that fridge my entire life that, like, I was at their house. So it's at least from the early 90s when they would have moved in, if not the late 80s or mid 80s. Are Craftsman tools not really good anymore? What's the new good brand? I kind of like the, what is it, the Ryobi ones. But I do feel like Craftsman or DeWalt are the best. Filter for the ice maker, probably. I think that is what it is. Oh, they make you do it. I'm sorry. That's stinky. That's no bueno. All I know is he's not making me do it, and I'm grateful for that. That's a good. It's a good. Little hungry boogers. Let me get their food and order filled here. I think it was Kmart that bought Sears brands. It was one way or the other. I can't remember if Kmart bought Sears or if Sears bought Kmart. But one of them owns the other, and one exists and one doesn't. I don't know. You guys made a mess. What did you make a mess for? Look at ponytail hanger. You made a mess. That's okay. You didn't do it on purpose. You guys are doing so good with your new fancy litter box. Oh, you kicked so much litter out. We gotta shake this blanket out before bed. Oh my god. Jesus. They're turning into real cats. They're turning into real kitties. I got spilly. There we go. You munchy your munchies? You munchy your munchies? Munchy munchies. They had to honor all of their past guarantees. Oh, sure as shit, Sears came out and fixed it. I thought my grandpa was being a little senile when, like, he said he had that scheduled, and I was like, that's not gonna be free, like. And no, he didn't have to pay for anything. They fixed it. And they also put, I'm remembering now, they put a new seal For like how the fridge closes too. Like around the edge of the door. It was like a brand new fridge by the time they left. Like how in the hell? Hi. I'm trying to fill this. It's a bit of a reach. It's a bit of an overfill, but you'll eat it. Oh, Daisy's about to press buttons. She says, this is the move. This is the move with the groove. What'd you do? I like DeWalt too. I think that's what my orange drill is. I'm pretty sure. The other ones are Ryobi. Hi, baby. I hope my tools last all my life, but they probably won't. Considering I've bought most of them in like the last 10 years. That's pretty much the planned obsolescence timeline from there forward throughout our lives. Magnetic gasket. So you don't see companies offer lifetime warranties anymore, really? Because of planned obsolescence. They know within 5 to 10 years you're going to buy a new product. Oh, I think I've deduced why people don't stop at stop signs anymore. I think it's because your car, like newer cars, turn off for a second when you stop. And I think that's probably annoying to people to like wait for your car to turn back on again to stop. Number 2, I think that's why there's a Toyota dealership near me, and then there's the commercials for the Rams that they're offering lifetime warranty for, and I feel like those are going to be the motors that go out at 10K miles, and that's going to be the end of it. That's why they're offering a lifetime warranty for so many vehicles now. I recognize the scam. I'm too smart for you people. I'll drive my old car. But I don't know. I'm still judging for stop signs. But like, I kind of get it. Because when I've had rentals that shut off when you stop, it's annoying. The last one I had didn't. Because I rented a car to take Munster down. I don't trust my car to go 2 hours one way and then 2 hours back. I just don't. It scares me. Not with the babies. With me, sure, fine. I can break down. With the babies, no. I know, Daisy is hella proving me wrong. Someone's about to climb my back. Let's see. Nibbler is over here. Stripes is going to climb my back. Let me put this back in a pony. Kind of. A very awkward bun. There's a baby on my back. They don't know how to climb this fabric. It's like silky. Milwaukee or Makita for power tools, hand tools, icon. That's my butt. Tekken and Gear Wrench, which mentioned Sunex and Quinn. I'll take Quinn for Harley Quinn. The Pinch some Pittsburgh. I've never heard of any of those, but I've heard of Milwaukee. That's it. That's crazy. I've never heard of any of those. Gear Wrench recently got bought by some private equity group. Boo! We'll see how long they stay in the good category. That's not fair. Shame on them. Oh, Daisy, you're going down. You're going down. She says, save me. Save me. Being bought out by private equity is never good. Now she just wants to be on a mission. Aw, they're so cute. Thank you. My foster babies. They are 7 weeks old as of yesterday. They'll be up for adoption when they're 12 weeks. Their mom is hiding right now. So are the other 2. This one's trying to climb up my dress. Hercules cordless? I haven't heard of that one either. Oh, Daisy's coming up. You coming up? Where are you going? You're so silly. What would you like to do with your life? Oh, hello. 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 See, every once in a while, I can't tell Stripes and Nibbler apart close up. This is Stripes. She has a full star on her belly. whereas Nibbler has just a grayed out star. Hercules cordless has some decent power tools. The limited selection, corded Hercules or Bauer I've heard of is okay for budget. Bauer I've heard of. There's a Bauer warehouse that I drove by not long ago that I drive by on occasion. Like maybe once every few months. Hi. Oh, sorry. You're getting a little big for this one too, kid. You're so tiny and cute. What made you so tiny and cute? Hello. Hello. What do you think? Do you want to learn how to play with some power tools and be a strong, tough, independent woman? If I can do it, you can do it. Although, to be fair, you can stand on top of there and I probably can't, so. Stripes is so silky. She actually doesn't feel like a little, hi mom, a little duckling anymore. Like she's so sleek. You can kind of see her stripes there. Sorry, baby. Whereas Daisy's fluffy, but she's gonna be fluffy because she's fluffy. Hi, mama. Come here, Nibbler. Nibbler is gonna have a medium coat, or I don't know what's going on here. Maybe she'll level out. She's not as fluffy as Daisy, but she's fluffy. You can see her baby foof. And Stripes, the runt, has officially outgrown Nibbler, so Nibbler's the tiniest one now. Daisy's the biggest. Daisy's almost 1,000 grams. She was, what were you today? They're all gaining every day, which is good. Yeah, Daisy was 991 grams today. And that's like in the morning, 10 a.m. before food. You want to say hi to Club Coat? Want to say hi? She can build her own cat condo. She don't need no Tom. Independent lady. Independent lady. Mom, how you doing here, sweets? Move this over a little bit. You can clean up your food in a minute. You're gonna run into it and go crazy. She don't need no Tom. Her coat does look like Mom's. It's very, very sleek. Strong, independent, tiny demon girl. Is that what you is? You a strong, independent, tiny demon girl? They're not big on the concept of kisses, and I'm trying to work on that. Without covering them in lipstick tonight. Aww. Daisy, I love you. I love you. I love you. I would keep Daisy in a heartbeat, mostly because she looks like a mini Chong. I could say that's the baby daddy. But no, we can't do that. She'll get loved up. Actually, when I was dropping stuff off for Void earlier, there were people walking out saying that they wish there was a Maine Coon cat there, like a fluffy one. And, hi. She's not up for adoption yet, so I couldn't say anything, but I wanted so badly to stop them in the parking lot and be like, hey, look at this cat. She'll be up here in a few weeks. Hi. Like, I don't work for the rescue. I feel like that would be pretty unprofessional. But I feel like she would be the kid that they would exactly be looking for. Might not be a mini Chong for long. She's gonna be big. She's a big girl. What are you doing? You're stabbing. Are you climbing or just crawling? I don't understand. Mom's eating the baby's food. I give up on trying to stop her. She can just do whatever she wants. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're crazy, girl. You're crazy, girl. Like that song, more human than humane, more claws than girl. Oh, you're just a sleepy baby. Hello. I feel so bad. Their paws are stained from the newspaper ink. So as soon as they don't have newspapers anymore, then they won't be so stained. But all of them have dark little paw pads instead of pink little paw pads. I feel so bad. Oopsies. Hi, I can't believe your pupils are changing. Oh my god. This is so cool to see. It also makes them look more like actual creatures instead of just googly-eyed beasts. Nibbler, yours are changing. Stripes, yours aren't yet. That's okay. Hi, I love you. I love you. They're starting to understand pets too, like mostly behind their head and like on their neck. But they're starting to understand and appreciate affection. They're really cool. Highly recommend. Spay and neuter your pets, but if given the option to foster, highly recommend. Where are you going, baby? She's so big. She's so big. You're so big. I'm so proud of you. You grow up so good, and your little spot on your tummy. I love your little spot. They all have spots on the same spot on their tummy. Stripes has a white spot. Nibbler has like a grayed out spot. And you have a little gray spot. No love, only bite. Join my only bite. Is tape on your finger? I want to chew on that. These two over here. Oh my god. You crazy girls. I gotta adjust because your sisters are ridiculous. These two wild things. Ow! Daisy! Daisy! That hurts. Okay, there you go. I don't know why that was necessary. Shoop da whoop. They're part Care Bear. Daisy stabbed me in the back bear. She's playing with the litter box bear. I don't know. They're a foofy little tail. Oh, it might be potty time. Let's protect private interests. She does look like a Care Bear, though. She's so floof. What are you being all sussy at the camera for? That's so weird. Your eyes are so big, and yours change. It's so weird to look at. It's like they're a cursed set of twins or something. Like that episode of The Simpsons. Do you have a booger? No, you're fine. Where Bart has a brother, but they like kept him in the attic. I can't remember all of it, but that was the main premise. Daisy, you Judas. It is indeed potty time. Gotta protect those interests. I'm gonna pick up their plates. Little wild critters. Little wild critters. You're crazy babies. You do your potty so good. I'm proud of you. You don't eat litter anymore. I'm proud of you. You're a strong, independent woman. Yes, you don't need to eat no litter. You got food. Yes. I'm so proud of you. 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 Void does not like when I sing. Like, she doesn't like music in general. like vocalized music. She does not like that. Like I'll sing a little bit of Bohemian Rhapsody to her. Mama, ooh, and she just looks at me like I am the devil. I wonder if she thinks I'm growling because of like the ooh, like the way your voice, I don't know, kind of vibrates when you sing. Well, Smoops, I didn't know you then, but I would sing you an I'm proud of you song. I'm proud of you for not eating litter anymore, Smoops. Are you guys ready for sleepy? You're finally calm. I'm sorry no one sang a victory song. You deserve that. That's a win. That's strength. That's growth. I'm proud of you. Everyone is a critic. They're sleepy now. Daisy's about to snooze out over here. Mom is judging me for singing to her over here, but is kind of sleepy. You got Nibbler in bed, and Stripes having an existential crisis in the corner. She's like, this looks like my mom, but this isn't my mom. This lady looks like the lady I know, but she's not the lady I know. She looks different. Usually she has brown hair. Today she has blonde hair. Let's go say hi to Zeke Zekerton. Zeke Zekerton. Zeke Zekerton. I'm enjoying that. I love you, babies. I love you. 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 Oh, Daisy, you're tall. You're a tall girl. You're a tall girl. She says, good night, everybody. We're going to take nap time. Grab all of your hopes and dreams and wishes and hold on to them tight. We're about to go. Night-night. She's so cute. I love her. I love all of them. Not just her, but Daisy is the most social with me. We have a cute little bond. I had to spawn that force buy of Bond. Because I was her biggest hater when she was first born, because she ate so much more than everyone else. And I was like, bitch, share a nipple with your siblings. They're crying out loud. And then her eye got all upset, and then I felt bad for being her biggest hater. Whoops. 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 We do our best. I can't carry all of this. I'm very ambitious. Very ambitious. Hello, Chauncey. Oh, that's creepy. Ooh. What song is that lyrics to, the Mad Topher? You stopped eating litter. They have all taken their turns being the most social with me, and it's very interesting. Like, they go through phases where, like, I run into a door. I just don't matter, or I am everything. I don't know. Hi, Slavka. It's different. Although, I mean, like, think about, like, human kids. They all have their various interests throughout timelines in life. Hi, Slavka. You're still my baby. Okay, bye. I hear you, babe. Is that so? Oh, I need to take meds. I'm only 10 minutes late. That's not bad. Slavka, you're in charge. Or Chauncey, you're in charge. Whoever wants to be in charge is in charge. Hey, baby. Well, I love you too. I do. You guys all abandoned the hallway. That was another thing that fucked me up bad too the last few days. The whole week with Monster stuff. I didn't take any of my meds properly on time, so I wouldn't be getting extra sick in other ways while driving for him. And my body just did not know how to react to react to all of that. So the only thing I can, what's the word I'm looking for? Predict being frustrating with Zeke out here is because if I have the tripod, I need space in the door. Slavka! God dang it. And then she can run right in. So I need to figure out like a gate situation. It's the love you like a clean, uneaten litter box song. You know what? I'll take your word for it. I believe you. Come here, tiny demon. I am sorry. Say, look at me, I'm naughty. I win the naughty award. It's me. Okay, there you go. Slavka proof. Slavoshka proof. I think I'm gonna switch us to a different tripod for Zeke's room just because of space. Is this one stable? Mostly. Better be. Better be. I do still have a skeleton up there from last year. I decorated for Halloween. There's a skeleton up there. Hello, Mr. Voya. I love you, buddy. I love you. This one is so short. Wow. Like, duh, but wow. You need to put super glue in this light and just commit to the bit. I need super glue. Keep forgetting to get super glue. I went to the store the other day. I forgot so many things. I forgot to get granola bars. I forgot to get super glue. Forgot many a handful of other things. I remembered coffee, though. I got coffee. I'm proud of that. Hey, Voya. Come here, boob. Yes, you. Okie do. You got a jack-o'-lantern to hang on your door, but you seem to have misplaced it. Oh, no. 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 I mean, that's better than one of my neighbor's yards. They just have a bunch of rotting pumpkins because the animals got into them. Like, they put pumpkins, like, on their steps and every so down the sidewalk, and they've all been eaten up by animals. So they're all decaying and nasty. Oh, my God. I feel bad. And I have to, like, usher the dogs to leave it alone. Hi, boy. I'm going to bring some food in for you in a bit, too. Zeke needs wet food twice a day. He meows just like Voya. But he goes insane for his wet food, and I can't do a camera at the same time as that. I'll have to do that one solo. Solo dolo. There we go. Hi. Come here, boy. How do we do a lap like this? Like this. There we go. That's his MO. That's all he wants. He's a little chonky, and this leg is kind of bummy. His nails are a little long right now. And his tail was broken at some point. I don't know if you guys can see how it's kind of hookity crookedy. But this is Zeke. Show everyone your pretty eyes. When he is snuggling, he really like just keeps them shut. He doesn't do big eyes. He might not show them off. I don't know. I love his eyes. I've never seen, I don't know if it's just the contrast with his hair or what, but I've never seen a cat with eyes like that. Like, who doesn't deserve to adopt a cat that just literally crawls right into your lap, honestly? I feel like that's what everyone wants. And it makes me sad that he didn't get that opportunity sooner, I guess. I don't know, Zeke, from 1 to 10, how big can you burp? He's a pretty big boy, so probably pretty big. If I fits, I sits. He does. He do. Show everyone your pretty eyes. He is a big boy. He's chonky. He's a couple pounds overweight. Welcome, welcome, get some. I hope the weekend's been kind to you. He is such a pretty boy. I think he wants to sprawl. This is Zeke. My most recent, almost soon-to-be foster fail. I've never had a single black cat in my life, and now there are 4 in my house. That happened fast. I know! See, that was my problem. I fell in love with him way too fast, too. Once he is out of his quarantine period, he will be friends with the boys. He's FIV positive, like Voya. And I think once I return the baby, whatever, holder contraption thing for the kittens, I'm going to order them all microchip feeders so they can't eat each other's food. If anyone's ever used those, if you know a good brand or something, let me know, please. I can do my own research, but if there's one you guys would recommend, I would appreciate to know. I love him so much. He's such a handsome boy. He's such a handsome boy. I don't matter right now. I am the headless streamer. Say hello, Club Colt. I'm your newest mascot. It is perfectly timed for spooky season. For him and Void and the babies to be here. He literally just wants love. That's it. Like, he'll play a little bit. But oh my god, he just wants love. Are you showing everyone your beautiful eyes? Didn't even know they existed. Sounds fancy. Oh, I don't remember what I said. What did I say that sounds fancy? I'm distracted by how cutesy he is. It's okay if you guys don't remember either. Hi, buddy. I know, I'm sorry. I don't mean to have hair in your face. I'm sorry. Get some good sleeps. Zeke say smooch. Kind of. I don't know how you felt about that one, but the intention of the thought was there. Get some good sleepies. We appreciate you. Thank you for your time, and thank you for being you. Oh! Literally what I had just mentioned. It is fancy. They've been around at least since I've had Gunther, so 2023. Because when I was looking for automatic feeders for him, microchip ones were the most common ones on the market versus just the ones that have, what is it? Just the frozen packs. But there's not many that are microchip feeders that have the frozen packs, which I don't like. It's annoying. The ones that do are like $300 each, which like, bro, no. No. I'm not spending $900 on feeders. Most of the microchip feeders are, I think they started as RFID tag ones, and all of the ones I'm looking at now have RFID tags, and they sync to the microchip. The one that I really like is, I think, close to $150, and it has the RFID. Oops, I forgot how fragile that was. Oopsies. Oopsies. I scared us all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Z. I'm sorry. Oh my god, why don't you go back on? There we go. Oh god, is it in? Okay. Sorry. I didn't mean to spook you. Did I break the tripod doing that? Almost. It's about to break. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to spook you. I didn't mean to. Oh, but the one that I'm looking at that I like has, I think, like, you can program 32 microchips into it, which I just like it for the price and features, but it's pretty cool. I did start it. It's like, I need to make comfort biscuits. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ruin your life. I didn't mean to. Gotta make comfort biscuits. Comfort biscuits. You can see he's a little chonky. You can see how his tail is like really crooked too. It just kind of does like a weird bend. Too much force. Too strong. Seekers. I'm so proud of you, buddy. He has 2 really long nails that I need to trim. There was 3. I was able to trim 1. And then he was like, oh, I don't like this lady. Hi, bub. Is that your strawberry toy? Do you want your strawberry toy? Strawberry toy. We love Strawberry Mouse. Strawberry Mouse is our favorite. We love Strawberry Mouse. Strawberry Mouse is a good friend. And now you're stuck. You're stuck. There you go. Strawberry Mouse. He likes to chase. He doesn't really like to jump on things. I don't know if that's because his back leg is wonky or why it is. Jump scares are part of the zoo. It's training. You're not wrong. Is it time to eat? Are you telling me it's time for wet food? You gotta get some kibbles to gear. Oh my god. Gear up for wet food time. I'm not used to the clippies on this tripod, I guess. Sheesh. Crunchy time. Crunchy munchy time. Welcome, front burner. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend so far. He's disgusting and also a striker. Oh, are you able to pet him though? If you can pet him, they make dry shampoo. So you could just put it on your hands and then put it over him. Because there are very few occasions where I would agree to bathing any of my cats. He and Tank can be handicapped bros. I know. I know. I don't know if it's just the quality of his fur and like how he looks or what it is. I'm curious what my vet will say. I suspect he's older than what they say he is. They think he's 5, but he was also surrendered. So like people lie. They could have said he's 1 if he was like 4. I don't know. But also being FIV, he'll look a little bit older. Generally. His coat is such poor quality though. I don't think we can see from here, but there's like massive amounts of over grooming where he's like missing patches of it. I'm sure he did it out of boredom. I'm guessing it's his feet that are nasties, and I am so sorry. I would recommend baby wipes and a lot of pep talks. I'm so sorry, that sucks. Oh, what's on his tummies? That's a rough one. Is there like a vet or a groomer in your area that can shave it? Because then your vet can prescribe like gabapentin or something for him to chill through it. Grooming cats is really difficult and it's dangerous. It's challenging. You thirsty boy. He drinks so funny. He drinks like Slavka, very cluelessly. A little frumpy looking buddy. A little frumpy looking buddy. Oh, you're not paying for it, then the cat is. It's just life. Are you contemplating kibble? Contemplate the kibble. Really am curious what my vet will say about his age. I don't feel like he's super old, like in comparison. But I feel like oh, he's a little older than I think. I think. What do you think, Zeke? You ready for more uppies? Come on in, kid. I should have worn a different color. You blend in. You blend in. He's been spooning at night, and I love it. It's beautiful and wonderful and marvelous. Hey, look at that chunky boy. That's chork. That's some chork. And that's okay. And like big boy cooped up in a tiny cage, like how are you expected to be active, you know? I don't blame him. I feel like he probably did a little bit of eating out of boredom too. Hi, good boy. Oop. There you go. You're just a cozy man. You're just a cozy man's. He's like a little panther. It's amazing. I love him. I could not walk away without you. I fell in love with you. I fell in love with you. Yes. You good, sweet boy. You excited to say hi to everybody? Are you excited to be part of the zoo? You're so chunky. You're so chunky. You only need to lose like 2 pounds. 12 pounds would be a healthy weight for you. Just a little bit less than Gunther. Yes. You're so cute. You're such a good boy. I love you, buddy. In your hair. He's like salt and peppery all over. He has random white hairs, like way, way more than Void. He has the slightest white star on his chest, too. You big cutie pants. You big old cutie pants. We love you. We love you. You are everything. He is the boy. I think I can move this over here without it doing that, though. Now I remember why we got a new tripod. I remember. Isn't there a song about, like, I remember the days of November or something like that? Mr. Z, you're a big cutie. He's a cutie 3.14. He's a cutie pie. A cutie pie. He's the baby boy. He's so handsome. He's so handsome. He's such a big purr. Impromptu nap stream in 3, 2, 1. Good night. 100%. He's so relaxing. I don't know. I can just see so many scenarios where he would be the perfect cat. And it makes me feel bad that no one else wanted him. For so long. There's just so many scenarios that I can put you in my head where you would just be perfect. He would be a great therapy cat. He would be great at an old folks home. Like, you could have so many big superhero jobs, and here you are just being my man. Remember the 5th of November? There's a guy... Oh, it's not a song then. Whoops. Somewhere my brain made it a song. Somewhere, somehow. Are you ready for some wet food? Are you? I'm surprised. This is the first time where, like, he always wants to be close, but this is the first time that he's not obsessed with the concept of lap. I think he's hankering for food, number one. Him and Tank can be brothers in arms with that. But number two, I think that's progress. Like, I want him to be in my lap. That's wonderful and awesome. But he doesn't need to be, like, an insecure clinger, you know? That wouldn't be healthy. I'm gonna make some wet food for him. Maybe I will do this in here. It's fucking hilarious. He's a chaos monster. I love him for that, but it's interesting. Let's try setting this up here. I don't know if that'll stay. Stay. I'm setting you guys at a cat bed, so, like, obviously it's a very solid platform. Let's try it. Why not? When in Rome, do as the Romans. I don't know how this is Roman doing, but we do our best. Alright, so in like 30 seconds, someone needs to ask me if Zeke likes wet food or not. Because this is going to be impressively insane. Unless you're going to be a good boy, which would be wonderful. You can do that. You can do it. No, wait. If I taught Tank, I can teach you. Wait. No. Wait. Patience. Patience, young Skywalker. Okay. Come here. Come on. There you go. Okay. You did really good today. I'm proud. Yay. That was excellent. And there's also cat food on my hands. This is his prescription food. Yummy. Delicious. Marvelous. Wonderful. I gotta go put it in the fridge. Oh, I might be thinking the September one. Do you remember the something day of September? But I think I just made it November in my head because November's my birthday. And if you're gonna be up your own ass about something, why not let it be that? The zoo is at capacity. It is. Yeah, I said that a while ago, and now there's 4 more. So I guess that wasn't capacity, but this is. This is. Oh my goodness. Excuse me, Gunther. I'm sorry, you can't have Zeke food. You can't. No. No, no. Oh, boys. Hello, boys. You enjoying like this trance wave, Zeke? He does not care about me when he's eating, just like Tank. I love that for him. He does not care. He is unbothered. Behaving on camera and mischief behind the scenes. Yeah, they really are good about that. Like, they give the illusion that they are perfectly well behaved, and then we turn around and stop looking, and then chaos ensues. It's interesting. He crunch, he munch. Don't have like the best layout for litter boxes in here right now, but I like him to have the choice. I'm using some of the pretty litter stuff. Have it up there to make sure his pee is good while he's transitioning. Because it's, I mean, like, it's nice to be in a home. It's nice to be loved. It's nice to have more amenities. But it's stressful. A change is stressful. I just want to make sure he's not physically stressing out from any changes. Even if they are positive, they're changes. I think I've told you guys this before, and I realized this the other day and, like, kind of laughed about it. I'm like a cat. I think I've said this before. Like, cats will do this thing, like, when they're in shelters, and I experienced this with Gunther. Like, they're so running on adrenaline from the chaos and stress of everything that they tend to mask health issues. And then once they're, like, home, safe, stable, like, feeling calm, they tend to be more, like, their body is allowed to get sick by then because they're not just running on, like, pure cortisol and adrenaline. And I think I'm like a cat. As soon as I sat down with Zeke and just like relaxed on Wednesday, everything fell apart. I think I'm a cat. I was reflecting on that yesterday. I'm like, holy shit, I'm doing the same thing Gunther did. Like, I get a moment to breathe and it's just like, oh yeah, all of this is going on in the background. Surprise. All right, let's swap outfits and hop down with Mr. Tank. We stop in to see Munster, depending on how he's feeling. Drop that up there. Um, I have to grab my sticky bra. How do I want to do this? I'll just put it on. That's easy enough. That's easy enough. It is. It is. That is doable. Blurp, blurp, blurp. I'm really impressed that Gunther hasn't been hissy though. I'm very, very, very thrilled. for him to have the opportunity to meet Zeke. That will be cool. Rather than walking away, it changes things, but that was okay. Okay, we survived. I love this dress, but it sheds so much. Dude. I don't believe in putting things on overhead. I am a up from the feet girly. I am indeed. I mean, that kind of works, but it won't for like more than a second. I think I need, yeah, that's kind of a mess. I need the sticky bra. I think I will be right back. It really looks weird in the back too. Like, that's ugly. No. Fuck up. Speaking of no. I need to buy a new sticky bra. It's losing its last stick and it has a slight reinforcement, and that is just the cosplay of tonight. It is how it goes. My stream of consciousness is strong tonight. Even t-shirts? T-shirts what? T-shirts what? Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It's whatever you want it to be, baby. It is a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Thank you very much. Let's go see Mr. Joe's swap tripods. I'm done with this tripod. Hurts my feelings. It hurts my feelings. It's personally victimized me. I do have shoes for tonight too, but I'm not going to wear them down to the basement because potential death hazard. I love these shoes, but they're not meant for up and down the stairs. At least not for me tonight. In this moment in time. Oh, depending on the t-shirt, like if it's a men's shirt, like a men's extra large and like the collar is big, then yes, absolutely. If it's like a girl's like medium small, it has to go over my head. It just has to. But if it's like a men's large or extra large, it's going up my butt and onto my shoulders. When we return after these tank messages. Oh, I love these shoes. I love them so much. They are, however, my most difficult pair of shoes. The ties are terrible. They don't stay up well, and they're very difficult to walk in. They're a bit uncomfortable, but Lord, they're pretty. They're very pretty. They're very, very, very pretty. 5'11" Serena. Maybe. I think these are 6-inch heels. They look a little bigger than 5-inch. So 5, let's be generous. 5'4" plus 5'10" Serena. I like her. She's a good girl. I like her. I'm here for that. I can justify that. See what's up with Mr. Tank. Mr. Tankaroni Macaroni. Tankaroon. The macaroon. Oh, look at us. We had a congratulations from Restream. Received over 100 messages in your chat. And you guys need a round of applause. The crowd goes wild. Oh, that's so weird. If there's a reply to a message, it doesn't show up that way on here. That is so weird. Whoa. So I don't know if you guys are talking to each other or me. Oh, the horror. Oh, the horror. That's an experience. Oh God. Oh God. Lock it, dot it, polka dot it. I feel most like Harley when I'm dressed as Harley, sitting in a corner like this, and I don't know why. I feel like it's very canon to character. Go be in full Harley cosplay and just slide down a wall and be like, this feels right. I wonder if that's common with other cosplayers and certain characters in certain situations. I don't know why it just feels right. Oh, it's the little things in life. It's the little things in life. Into the darkness that's no longer super darkness. Except I can't see the stairs through my hairs. Oh my God, Slug. Hello. Hello. You are crazy. You climb the Pippi-proofing gate. Okay, there we go. We made it. We made it. We made it through. Completely missed the line of that song. Hello, Mr. Tank. Hello, Mr. Tank. My poor little conehead buddy. Tank stole the laptop from the dogs. He's been watching a lot of TV. A lot of kitty TV. Ringo doesn't really care if it's on anymore, and Diesel doesn't. He's pretty indifferent. It's a baby boy. My poor little honey. My poor little honey. I don't know. I figured it'd just be best down here. Then Munster has the other Roku box. And with Zeke, I just bring in the Switch and watch TV on there. It's terrible. We're not only at cat capacity, we're at TV capacity. Hello, my little cone head. Hello, my buddy. He has... Oh, God. This is not the phone clip, it's the light that's a pain in the doompa. Come here, Sphinx. He has stitches over here. That's why he has to keep his cone on. I don't think I can really show it like through the cone. That's too much and too close. Poor buddy. His eye boogers are so bad right now. Look at them. They're off. Look at that. It looks like he has a black eye. It's awful. I think it's mostly because I'm like probably stimulating like his lymphatic drainage on this side by mostly giving him rubs on the side where he didn't have the incision. And I think that's irritating it more too. But he's just leaky, 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 leaky. I cannot keep it clean fast enough in ways that he will allow me to mess with it. Oh my goodness. Like we get a couple of scritches every few hours. Oh, Mr. Tank. You're so cute. I'm just gonna set you up like that for a minute. You're so cute. Oh, poor buddy. So he can take off his cone on the 30th. And that's when Zeke goes in for his shots too. So Tank will be free from his cone and then Zeke will start socializing. Hi. I missed you, bud. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing, Mr. Tinky Tankerton? Tankaroon, my macaroon. You did such a good job donating your purr for the grandpa video. Yes. Ringo, you are brutal with your bone up there, Jesus. Hi, Boogie Boy. He cannot wait to be out of this cone. No, he wants to be royal. He wants to be a king. He doesn't want to be wearing this kind of collar. He's not from the Victorian times. He doesn't need an Elizabethan collar to be King Tank. He just wants to be king. Poor boy. He's a good little love. He's a good little love. Give me some chin. You're drooling so big. You're drooling so big. You're happy boy. Yes. Yes. Had to get him a new little raised and tilted bowl because he can't eat out of his feeder while he has the cone on. I feel so bad. I don't know, Tank, do you wash or wipe after you poop? He says he has no comment. Either he's embarrassed or it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. It's like I'm a cat with a cone on. Currently, I do neither. Do you wax or razor your armpits? Oh my god, I wanted to do this on stream before, and I feel like it's going to be like a seizure hazard. I shave and then I do at-home laser removal, which is just like a flashy, shocky thing. And I find it entertaining. I feel like there are other people in the world that would find it entertaining, but like, do I really need to be zapping my armpits and legs on camera? No. But I've thought about it. It's, I think, called like an IPL or something like that. Intense pulse laser. I don't think the first word is intense. He does hate the cone. He's such a subdued version of himself. I feel so bad. He hates it. He still hasn't like figured it out too. He runs into stuff. I feel bad. I feel bad. My little buddy Uddy. And he gets itchy on his shoulders. We gotta do shoulder scratches. We gotta do shoulder scratches. Do baby shoulder scratches. What kind of love do you want, buddy? Huh? You want some nosy rubs? Work on some eye boogies? No, no. You want to save those eye boogies for later. Okay. He says, I saved those for later. Mr. Big Purrs. Oh, sweet baby. Let's see. Today's Sunday. You got Monday. You got Tuesday. You got Wednesday. You got Thursday. Halloween is on Friday, isn't it? I think. I'm going to lose chat for a second. And it doesn't update if I'm not clicked into it, which is annoying. Yeah, Halloween is on Friday. So Thursday is the 30th. That's when you get your cone off. We only got 4 more days, buddy. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then his biopsy was supposed to be 7 to 10 days. So, assuming it got sent out Thursday, because the surgery was done before noon, there's Thursday, Friday, potentially Saturday. But let's go over. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or it's 6 days, Friday, potentially Saturday, but maybe not. But Friday puts us at 7 days, last Friday. So this Monday they might get results. Otherwise, Tuesday by Wednesday at the latest, we'll have his biopsy results. This Friday is the main event. My neighborhood has like a treat map where like you put your house on a map if you'll be offering candy so people don't waste their time. Like you know, we're supposed to go with the old school rules of, you know, if someone's porch light is on, then there's candy. Otherwise, if it's off, then you go to the next house. Like, is that everyone's rule? Is that universal? Is that what you guys grew up with? Now we have a treat map that says which house you can or can't go to that like offers candy, and people still knock at every house because why not? Kids, they just do what they do. But I don't have my house up on it. I'm not going to end up getting candy this year, and that's going to be a little bit too hectic and crazy and just, oh, boo-hoo, poo-poo. I'm not staying up during trick-or-treating times for all of these. I've done candy every single year. They could miss candy one year. Sorry, not sorry. I'm just going to be a bah humbug jerk. But I want to get Zeke into hopefully socializing in the boys' room, at least during trick or treat. There we go. Hours. So that in case anyone knocks, he's not disturbed. These dog use these days. I think it's like a safety thing for parents too. Like to be able to monitor, like, this is the map that my child is going on. But did you guys grow up with it that way? Where like if the porch light is on, then Jesus, Ringo. Bone time. If the porch light is on, then there's candy. If the porch light is off, then no one's home and there's no candy. My porch light is out, so it's always off. Sometimes they try too hard to make an app to replace something that doesn't need it. Yeah, I mean, like, really, we can just pass on the knowledge of porch lights. It's not difficult. Oh, Tank. He doesn't, like, lay comfy with the cone on either. He lays so awkward. And he's letting me do full body pats. Like, is this cat depression? Oh my god. Don't see a lot of people posting their house candy status. People are actually posting all over on my neighborhood app of like, we're gonna have this kind of candy, we're gonna have king size candy bars, this house is gonna have this assortment of treats, blah blah blah. Like, way to get cleaned out in 2 seconds by everyone from every other neighborhood. Jeez. Yeah, the porch light is the way. I was pretty sure that was a universal thing. I was pretty sure. Mr. Tanky, can I fix your ear? Oh, big stretch. Can you fix your ears? And they keep getting stuck back, and he doesn't like that either. And oh, I feel so bad. Poor little cone man. Poor little cone man. His incision is looking good, though. It's not looking, like, upset or anything, which I'm grateful for. Mr. Tangy Boy. Growing up, there was a rich street we used to drive past that gave out full-size candy bars. Dang! That's awesome. That's marvelous. That's kind of how my dad's neighborhood was. We always had really good candy. But then as soon as there were, like, cookie cutter boxes built up, cookie cutter box houses built up everywhere else, like mass construction all around. What is on the edge of your ear? You got a little spot there. Everyone started infiltrating neighborhood and the candy quality dropped. My last few Halloweens that I trick-or-treated back in my home neighborhood were, and maybe it was just getting older too, but significantly disenchanting to the times of being small. Oh my goodness. There used to be a house that would give you dollar bills. That was exciting. Make $1 every Halloween. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. As a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Tank thanks you as well. Tank says thank. Tank says thank. Little Coney boy. Little Stony Coney Island. You're not Stony anymore, though. Slavka Paws have entered the chat. Look at that little white bean. Look, there's 2 little white beans now. Look at that little shit. It was just one house. It was like 2 retired old people, and they were just cute and adorable, and they would give everyone a dollar bill, and it was really cool. I don't know. I was kind of like bummed when I was a kid. I was like, oh, there's no candy. But like, when I was a teenager, I was happy to get $1. Tiny demon paws. Mm. Tiny demon paws, indeed. Hi, buddy. He just looks so like hunkered and low. I feel so bad. Alright, Tank. We're gonna say hi to Mr. Munster in a minute. He's mad that he can't get Slavka in that too. Oh my goodness. Whoa, why did that just buzz? A notification for something. I don't know what. Get her. Kind of. He just runs into it with the cone. I feel so bad. $1 was worth way more than the candy, especially back then. I don't know how much a candy bar is now, but I think the king size individually would probably be like, I don't know, 79, 75 cents, something less than $1 probably at the time. No sad boy. No sad boy. I love you, buddy. Can I have a kiss? I know I have crazy hair. I love you. Thank you. We're gonna go say hi to Mr. Munster. You're gonna relax, see? And before beds, I will bring you snackies. Yes, 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 my son. I love you, baby, baby, bub. I love you, baby, baby, bub. Oh, excuse me. Zeke got me very queued up for a nap. We should not have jinxed that. Slavka, where is? Okay. She's crazy. We love her, but she's crazy. Mr. Munster has all of the fans on for breathing purposes. There we go. That's a little better. Hi, buddy boy. He's got his little squirrel TV on. He's a fancy man. Are you ready for some more snacks in a sec? You ready for some more snacks in a sec? What do you think? What do you think? Have you been watching the squirrels? Have you been keeping an eye on the squirrels and the birds? Yes. Brr. Grumbly bumbly. Grumbly bumbly. Let's get some snacks. Munster makes a huge mess around his food, and I have to wash the floor every day. And it sounds like I'm complaining, and I'm not. But I'm just musing at the amount of mess that he manages to accumulate by the time it is the end of the night. Oh, I have to give you a pill once you eat that. I cannot forget that. So good now. The answer is no. No, no, no. These meds make his tummy upset and fuck up his appetite, and it's a battle. But grateful to finally have answers. Very grateful. Little buddy boy. I just really hope this round works. Otherwise, I'll have to do like an inhaler and steroid. This is going to be a 4-week course. And then if that doesn't work, then we're going to try an inhaler and a steroid. Here, let's try another snack before meds. And I cannot imagine trying to put an inhaler over his face. Like, it's set up kind of like a nebulizer, like in terms of how it goes over your mouth. So it's not difficult, but he is just so stubborn and so difficult to medicate. Like, he's gonna actually be super mad and super avoidant of me, I fear, by the time we're 2 weeks, if not 3 weeks into meds. Because he's just gonna get mad at me for it. He does every time he's on meds, and usually he's not on meds more than a week. Poor buddy. More chicken is the answer, yes. Well, earlier today, he wouldn't even eat fried chicken. And then I finally got him to eat some random canned food. And then he ended up throwing that up and his pill a little bit later. I was like, well, that's productive. So I figured I'd put the TV on for him, give him a little break this afternoon, let him get his appetite back, and then we'll go back on the regimen tonight. Hi. You got your stomach tied it over? Are you ready to try a pill? Munster is a monster for medication, and we don't need to see that kind of psychosis. But I do have to give him this pill. Okay. Munster just acts like you're trying to kill him when you give him medicine. It's okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Pill time. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Do you want another snacky? Another snacky real fast. Another snacky real fast. Yes. Okay. Let's coat your tummy. Let's tide it over. There you go. It's 3 snacks in 5 minutes. We're spoiled. Spoiled! As he should be. Good. We'll give him a few minutes of love. If that is what he desires. And then hop back upstairs. I think I want to paint the kitten ornaments tonight. Still gotta figure out what we're gonna do with that tree. I gotta fix it. But how? With glue. I need glue. Maybe I'll go to the store tomorrow. I don't know how I forgot granola bars grocery shopping. But I got oat milk, so I can make matcha. But I forgot granola bars. I have no granola bars right now. I'm never out of granola bars. I don't know who I am. I don't know who I am. He is looking thin. He's gotten skinnier and skinnier as he gets older. And granted, he's 16 years old, which is old for a cat, but I've had cats that are older and more robust. But he, in his prime, was about 11, 12 pounds, and right now he is 7.2 pounds, which the last couple of years he's been hovering around 8, 9 pounds, but he's definitely a bony guy now. but he's only had 90% of each nostril closed, so only 10% of each nostril to breathe through. And cats' appetites are very scent driven. So if a cat is stuffed up with an upper respiratory infection or something, if they can't smell, then they don't want to eat. So I feel like once this is all solved, he'll probably put on a couple more pounds and be closer to 8 or 9 pounds again instead of where he's at now, because he'll be able to smell his food more and want to eat more. So that'll be good. You got to eat, Papa, eat. Always makes me think of that line from, I think it's Rudolph. Yeah, eat, Papa, eat. When Mrs. Claus is talking to Mr. Claus, Santa Claus, when he's skinny. You got to eat, Papa, eat. Monster, you've got to eat, Papa, eat. Oat milk is liquid granola. I don't know, I find it to be the most good plant. I like oat milk and I like coconut milk. So I think I like thicker plant milks. Like in terms of when I do have something milky. I don't know. Hi, baby. It's not that like almond milk or other milks are very. I've never had cashew milk. It's not like they're very watery, but it's just a different like texture and consistency. It's liquid granola. I'm drinking my oatmeal. Oh my god. Mr. Munster Claus. Here comes Mr. Munster Claus. If I hold him for too long, there will be claws. Mr. Munster Claus. Mr. Munster Claus. He's a baby boy. Gonna watch your squirrels? Is that your squirrel TV? What do you think about those? I saw you chasing them. There's some bird. Look, there's a bird. There's a bird. We just want to rub on mom. Rub on mom. Like, I know they can't live forever, but I just want Munther to have a healthy rest of whatever his life is. He's healthy otherwise. There's no reason to not solve his breathing issues and make life so much more comfortable for him now that we know what they are. I'm so grateful my vet sent us to University of Illinois. That was such a shit ride. It was so shitty to leave you there. It was so shitty to drive 2 hours, damn near 3 hours down there, damn near 3 hours back home, and then do the whole thing again the next day to pick you up. And I had to spend the night without you. I have never spent a night without Monster against my will. I have left for trips, and I have left them in my dad's care or my ex's care or whatever, my buddy's care, anyone's. Not anyone's, but a few select group of people. But I have never, ever had Munster have to spend a night away from me since I was fucking 15 years old. And that was horrible. That was a horrible night. I'm gonna cry thinking about it. I never want to do that again. Like ever, 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 ever. I know I've left you before. I know I've done trips before. I know I've done work stuff before. I know I've done life stuff before. But it was the first time I had to be away from him, not necessarily of my choice. I am gonna cry, so I'm gonna put the camera down. That was terrible. It was terrible. My little skinny man, it was awful. It was awful. Eat some of your kibbles. Get some hard stuff. We never want to do that again. Never, ever, ever. I think once he's about 2 weeks on meds, as long as he keeps his appetite up, he'll be released out with everyone. He's just in here for the formality of being able to monitor his eating perfectly with the medication. Because he's had the pseudomoma for so long that everyone else has been exposed to it. Sans for, even mom and the babies have at this point. Sans for Zeke, and he's all the way on the other end of the house. Hi, baby boy. They haven't contracted it. They're fine, so. They fought it off. They fought it off. You have an opportunistic nose that allowed for it to flourish, unfortunately, and you did not fight it off. But once we solve all of his inflammation in there, the pseudomonoma should clear right up because there's no place for it to grow and be, which is pretty interesting. Hi, baby boy. I love you, I love you. You are such a good man. You know, Marbles needs meds around now, too. We gotta give her hers. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. He's very lovey tonight. Monster usually isn't this lovey. He's showing out as he bites me. That's just Monster, though. And it's not a love bite. He bites hard. He walked so Tank could run. Or he ran so Tank could walk. Tank doesn't do much running. Monster does, though. Hi, my baby boy. Monster, I guess, was the only cat that stayed over for the university for his appointment that night. And he got to run around I don't know if it's a classroom or like a facility room or whatever the layout is, but he got to run around there with the students, they were telling me. And everyone loved him and he was nice to everyone, which baffles me because he's not nice at my vet, but I sure am glad he was nice. He probably thought I better be a good boy. My mom abandoned me here. I better be nice to everyone. Whereas my vet, he knows I'm picking him up. Poor buddy. Come here. Come here. My handsome little man. You're just a baby. You were as tiny as the babies once. You were. You were just a baby and I would hold you like this and you would be so tiny. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Monster glitch. Monster glitch. He's being so lovey. You're so lovey. You're so lovey. Alright, Bubby Cubby. You gonna watch your squirrels and your birds? You gotta give Marbles her meds. Yeah. Yeah. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. There you go. These are my cozy mans. My cozy mans. My Mr. Monster mans. My cozy mans. Switch. It's gonna be loud. I gotta switch all of his lights and fans. Prepare for takeoff. It's basically what it feels like. Nope. 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 Slavushka Lucille. Slavushka Lucille. You're a crazy girl. Vibes down here. Ow. That was painful. And I bumped you guys. I didn't mean to. I make this shorter. There we go. Yeah, it's better. It's more efficient. Blurp, blurp, blurp. Hello, floofy little kid. He says, no kisses. No kisses, Mom. You know what? You know what? You know what? I love you. Don't refuse my love. Don't refuse my don't do that. No. Accept the love, god damn it. I just can't help it. He's so cute. I need to smooch him sometimes. He's so cute. I need to. I can't help it. I can't help it. It's a curse. It's a blessing. Oi, 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 oi. However I cut this is making it more forward. I don't know how to explain that. And I'm like incredibly blind on the side. Like I can't see. Where hair is, I cannot see. That's all I got. That's it. We're walking blind through here. My goodness. My goodness. I am a bit aggressive with love sometimes. It's I can't help it. I love him. It's I don't know. It's like an invasive thought, but like the healthy kind. You know, like when you see like you know, like a landscaping truck or like a trailer or something, and you know, like your brain is like drive up it, drive up it, drive up it. Common sense says don't do that. I see kid and I need to smooch him and I can't stop myself. I saw the funniest thing when I was driving earlier. Maybe it wasn't the funniest thing, but I found it amusing and I had a good laugh. It was a truck with a trailer with 3 motorcycle trailers or like just box trailers on top of it. So it was a truck with a trailer trailering trailers. A truck with a trailer trailing trailers. A trailer trailering trailers. I have never before seen a trailer trailering trailers. It was nuts. It was nuts. No, it wasn't. If that's the highlight. But that's okay. He made me double down. That doesn't sound legal. Well, it's not like they were tethered together. Oh, what camera am I in front of now? I don't know. Where am I? It was like, imagine like a trailer that you would use to like haul cars on. So there was 3 different, what do they look like? There are 3 different motorcycle trailers on top of it. Where, no. Like a big version of that, and then... Where's just an average one? There we go. Why is this perspective so fucky? Oh, because I expanded it. Like that one. But there are 3 of those on top of the trailer. I feel like this is gonna pull up semis. Yes. It's like along one of these with 3 of these on it. It looked heavy. But I like did like 3 double takes at it. So I must have looked at it 6 times or so. Just like, that's a truck trailing a trailer with trailers. It amused me and made my day. Wonder if they were all full of bikes, or if they were selling them, or like what it was. That's an efficient way to move 3 of them at one time. I probably described it really weird, like they were all connected like a train or something. No, not quite. There's trailers on a trailer being trailered by a truck. It made sense, but it was amusing. It was something I've never seen before, and I was befuddled and bewildered and amazed. I'm gonna heat up my coffee. I'm gonna give Marbles her meds really quick, and I will be right back. Burp, burp, burp. My guess is they would be empty. I would imagine that someone's either taking them up for the season to like wherever they want them to go to be able to move bikes, Or they're buying them to, like, sell them and flip them or something. No, otherwise there would be way too many liabilities flopping around on the back of the highway. Because I took the highway back home from the rescue. Because I didn't want to sit through traffic. Normally I take back roads for things. But if there's like a 20-30 minute difference between highway and regular roads, I will take. But I drive too fast if I'm on the highway. I have a lead foot, and that's a problem. If given the... And on regular roads, I am very good at maintaining speed. Driving safely. If you give me a highway, I drive too fast. Even if I'm not in a hurry to go wherever I'm going, I end up driving too fast. I'll look down at my speedometer, and all of a sudden, I'm going 90, and I don't even know it. I have a lead foot. I can't help it. I can't help it, but... I choose not to, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Back roads are nice. I don't mind it very much. I enjoy it. It's calm. It's peaceful. It doesn't... When you go from highway to city, everything feels like city. If you bop through the back roads in the suburbs, then... it feels a little bit more like you're on a journey instead of just staying in one place, going many miles. And it's kind of a nice psychological trick, I guess. I enjoy that. The back roads on the way that my GPS took me to Munster when I went to pick him up on day 2 were really cool. I took a couple of pictures, I think, or at least one. I was on dirt roads for part of the way, and it was nice. It felt good in my soul. I like dirt roads. Reminds me of the last time I went horseback riding. Because my godmother's friend used to have a pony out in Kankakee. And, oh, that's too far back. That's Ringo. Pokey, the one-eyed pony. Told you guys about him before. And he was fun. Did I not take road pictures? I have GPS pictures. What? I took road pictures. What day is that? The 11th? He went in on the 14th. That's the 12th. There we go. Not quite dirt roads yet, but very country roads. Like, there was no one out there. It was nice. I love, 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 love being away from the city. Like, here. Not there. There's just nothing. Nothing but corn. Everyone was harvesting, and it was really cool to see, like, all the different pieces of machinery out. And, oh, it was neat. It was very neat. It makes me wonder if any farmland closer to me is contracted out versus, like, privately owned by a family, because everything is cut down already closer. I mean, granted, this was a couple weeks ago, so I'm sure it's cut down everywhere. But everywhere that it seemed to be, like, individual people working on it, it was a much more calculated and slower process, it seemed. It was interesting to observe. I've also realized, sad, most of the local farms that have cattle, like fun farmland that's local, is mostly like horses. You go a little bit further out, there's cows. You go a lot farther out, there's a lot of cows. That lot of cows has a lot of land. All of the cows that were closer were smooshed together. Like in one little pasture, like shoulder to shoulder. And that hurt my feelings. That upset me. And I kept trying to reassure myself that, like, okay, they must be, like, cleaning out another pasture or something. Like, that's why everyone's smushed into here. But there are multiple ones that I drove past, and they're all smushed together. Like, what the fuck? Oh, why are you a stubborn stinky? Connect the baby cam before I go get a few things done. I would think that they're probably owned by bigger companies. But it was interesting to see the difference and all the different machines. Like, it feels like I'd never see it happen out here. It happens so fast. So it has to be on, like, a big company level versus smaller out there. Like, it's interesting. They do it to themselves somewhat, too. And you see cows, they're all piled together in a big empty field. It was a little chillier out, too. So I guess that makes sense. Maybe they're huddling for warmth. But I feel like they looked awfully stacked together. It was just... Go be cows. Go be free. I wanted to take them home. It's problematic. I wanted to stop and speak cow. Are you okay, moo? Dude, moo twice if you need assistance. Moo once if the hay here is good and we are happy. Cows are just big puppies. They're snuggly babies. They're just big puppies. Alright, I'll be back. I'm gonna give marbles or meds, heat up my coffee, and I think I said one more thing, and my body feels weird right now, so I might need a few extra minutes. I don't know. I don't know. coffee awaits me, but I bring paintbrushes. Speak cowardly one. I don't know. At some point, maybe you. Ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo. Alright. Fix whatever's going on here. This is not how I intended to wear this dress. No good deed goes unpunished. And that's okay. I literally fixed nothing. I give up. It is what it is. The beauty of Harley is you can be as scuffed mostly as you want to be, and it's still okay because you're her. At some point it'll sound a lot like Speaking Whale from Finding Nemo. That's exactly what came into my mind when I was trying to do it. I think it's just the vocal inflection more than anything. If you're speaking whale, you're going around in octaves. And if you're speaking cow, you're just moo. Just moo. Like, move, bitch. Get out the way. Let's do the babies. Do little stripes for stripes. Void is Gucci. It's Mr. Tank, Mr. Gunther. Nibbler is a slight amount of stripes. It's Charlie. It's Chunk, where's Daisy? Gunther. Daisy. Zeke. Zeke's all done. Ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-doo. I told the cow moo. Ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Then Serena said moo too. Void and Zeke are dunsies. You paint like a little green eye and like a little gold eye. How does that work? I think I have the green I want. Oh, yes. This is nonsensical. Wait, I think I have sparkly gold somewhere. No, maybe that's body paint. JK. Thought I had sparkly gold. Zeke has like golden, like wolfy eyes. Oh. He's a little baby wolf. He's kind of funny looking. No offense, Zeke's. Like, his eyes are so bright, but they're almost like slightly too small for his head. Like in this picture, it kind of shows. How cool is this transformation, though? To go from this to this. Like, it looks like a completely different cat. He was laying in my legs the other night. That was very uncomfortable to sleep like a frog. I've never used this one before. Yellow ochre. Ochre? Okra? Could be a Bond cat. He has a little white star that slightly makes him a tuxedo, maybe. No, I think that coloring is actually just a star. Barely. He was looking pretty. That's a good way of putting it. He was looking pretty deflated. He had that I'm giving up face. That's what pulled me to him in the first place. It's always the animals that don't say hi to me that I want. Like, I went by and, like, did a little, hey, buddy, at everybody and stopped and petted on a few. Unless it seemed like they were super skittish, I tried to procure some lovin's. And then I came across Zeke's and he was like, hey, buddy, and he's just, like, turned around, and then he looked around, and then he let me rub, and then he gave me some cheeks, and he was like, oh, I get attention? I get love now? All of this is happening? It's all good? Ochre is a clay pigment. Ooh. So he's a clay boy, like a playboy. Boy is gonna mute me. Maybe. Okay. Hello, Mr. Bean. Be mindful of your seat, son. Red, yellow, and brown ochre are colors in nature. Aw, my little nature boy. I don't know where to paint the eye. Like with the layout of the face. Like it's almost backwards how they did the ear. Like there should be one ear here and then like the side of the face over here. I don't know. You can always paint over it again. I guess. Do two eyes? Because, like, the face is, like, forward even though there's one ear up because it's from the fucking dollar store. I don't know. Does that look weird? I guess that's okay. I think so. The high desert messes. I've been to... I didn't stop at the Grand Canyon, but I've been to Meteor Crater, Red Rock Canyon, and the Petrified Forest. So I think Red Rock Canyon would count as that. I think. I have some pictures somewhere. Voya. Here, come here. Why don't you be a lap kitty? Oh my fuck. Why? Babe. Come here. Without throwing everything everywhere. Literally. Just come and be in my lap. It's not complicated. It's not complicated. Okay. Let mom see. I don't know what I can share. Be careful here. Because I'm going on share. Keyboard doesn't work. The Petrified Forest was on my bucket list, and I'm so glad that I went. The next time I'm out that way, I'm gonna go to the Grand Canyon. Does this log into my account or my perf account? My account. Collections. When I was younger, my grandma went on a lot of like bus trips with her best friend, and she told me when I was older that we were gonna go to the Grand Canyon together and we would go to the Petrified Forest together. And we didn't get to do that, but I got to do that at least once so far, and I'm happy about that. Why are girls so obsessed with cats? Because they're men that commit. They commit. They don't leave you. They don't lie to you. That's why. I mean, I'm just spitballing, but honestly, like, that is probably the number one reason for the most part. And, like, you have a low effort, usually low effort friend for life that's not gonna do anything blatantly to spite or harm you. Like, you can justify everything a cat does. You can't justify everything a person does. It's probably part of it. They're just snuggly and cute. Like, what girl doesn't love something snuggly and cute? Maybe women lie more because they're just more creative. We're writing our own stories, our own narratives. In a way that's somewhat delusional. Oh, Mr. Bean. It's like half a lull, half a thinker. Because I said it in jest, but now that I've said it, you're stuck in my hair and you're pulling my head sideways. It makes sense. It really does. Where is this set? I know there's a few safe for work ones. It was a while ago. There. Buddy. But, okay, you're being all that in a bag of chips right now. Jesus Christ. There's snow skiing in Arizona? What? Wait, what? What about the Grand Canyon? Grand Canyon was cool. Oh, I'm jealous. And during the winter and it was cold and snowy. I bet it was so pretty still, though. Oh my god. Snow skiing in Arizona sounds like my kind of skiing. Can't really imagine skiing otherwise. I guess I have like only 2 safe for work pictures out of this. But I think it adequately depicts some of the background. I don't know. It was cool. I liked it there. No. No. That. It's very... all of those colors. All of the ochre colors. There's one more that shows the background better. There we go. It's art. Don't ban me. It's art. Oh, I do have a top on there. You can see the broad across. That's good. Cheese and rice. Jesus Christmas. How tall am I? I'm about to be about 5'10", although I am only 5'3"3/4. That is indubitably me. But that's some of the mountains. We didn't hike very far in. I was tired that day. I was a tired girly. I was a low effort mortal. That was me. That is me. That was the second to last time I was in Vegas, I believe. The timing was perfect. It's so hard to get those shots. I have one where my hair is flipping over sideways, and the amount of times that I, like, oh my god, basically gave myself whiplash trying to get that together. Good Christ. Hair in full floof indeed. I'm thinking next month I might do my hair again. I don't know. It's had some time to, like, recuperate and get nice again. I might add all the pink again. I don't know. I don't know. I was thinking about it earlier, but I also spent the last 2 weeks contemplating going blonde. So do I actually know what I want? Fuck no. Like, not at all in the slightest. I loved it there, though. Those mountains were my favorite. I know it's like a leave only footsteps and take only memories kind of situation when you're out in nature. But I had one of the joint rolls or the joint canisters from a joint that I bought out there. And I took some of the sand from the Red Rocks and I put it in there. And I have it in a little box downstairs. That's my little keepsake. I had like a panic attack when I was out there. And I was like, what if I never make it back here? I don't know. I had a problem. I know it's like against the rules. I know you're supposed to, I know you're only supposed to take memories and leave only footprints, but I needed to take some sand with me and I just needed to for my sanity. Straight to prison. I know. Reported. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wigs do work pretty good for the colors. I've been enjoying it this month. It's been fun. I actually have a wig that I dyed and styled in how I usually wear my hair. Like long, dark, pink, etc. for extra lazy days. But it's uncomfortable. So instead I choose to just torture oneself. Plus, like, you can, unless a wig is, like, extremely well done, which I can't do, you can tell it's a wig. Like, you can tell I'm wearing a wig right now. It's obvious. Like, you may not notice it right off the bat immediately. It's not that bad. But, you can tell. It exists. I'm not in high school anymore. I don't dye my hair different colors every week. At most anymore. We didn't just go from red and black to blonde and pink and blue. Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm not gonna go out and spend like $1,000 on one, but cheap wigs are one of my huge pet peeves because it's so obvious. It just looks so bad. It just looks so bad. Alright, Miss Void. Getting her little baby green eyes. Are you stuck? I'm gonna break my teeth off. No, I'm not, but it's not a smart tool. Reported. I know that's naughty, but I had a crisis. I had an emotional crisis. I had to. But then, like, I completely understand, you know, if everyone takes a canister of sand, there's no more fucking sand. So I shouldn't have done that. But I also had a crisis, and I did it. I can't help it. Help it. Void. Oh, I did Stripe's eyes. Wrong black cat. Nibbler. Daisy. Where's Void, then? Void. I'll get all the babies right off the bat. What is my issue here? I need to figure out where my collection of safety pins has gone. That would solve everything right now. I'm sure I've taken something from somewhere, but I can't remember it. The only other thing that I know that I've taken is we were at a forest preserve on like a beach walk portion of it, and we found a fossil, like a rock fossil, like a rock that you can split in half and there's a fossil inside. I don't know exactly what those are called, and my dad picked it up and we took it home, and I have a fossil. Where it is right now, probably 3 different locations. I have a fossil. It's the only thing I think I've ever taken from anywhere. My grandma stole a turtle once. So I'm not that bad. Void. Our turtle MB, she stole from Myrtle Beach when she was on a bus trip with her friend. She brought her home in a styrofoam coffee cup. Like, just keeping her hand over it. So, like, I'm not that bad. I'm not that naughty. But she stole a turtle. That was MB. MB was named Myrtle Beach. MB. That was our turtle growing up that ran away. Yeah. A souvenir to provide memories to last forever. I mean, it is, but if everyone takes something, then it's all gone. I am the greatest and worst devil's advocate. A myrtle the turtle theft most foul. I mean, honestly, it is like really bad that she did that. But I loved MB. That's hilarious. Murder turtle most foul. That reminds me of that scene in The Corpse Bride. Murder most foul. When they first get down into the underworld portion. Do nibblers. Then Miss Daisy's eyes. Daisy has like a mix of like gold and green. Hers are a little bit more like sagey. If only I could remember where I put it. Or what it is. They're like a light olive, not really sage. Sage is more like muted. This is good brain fuel music. Music to study to. Daisy. Daisy. Why does it look so much weird on a white cat versus a black cat? I don't understand that one. Okay, let's gray out some black for Stripes' stripes. Nibbler. You're a good baby girl. Oh, good. Little hops. You're awake and wild again. Silly babies. I'm thinking that when Void gets spayed, like when they're ready to be up for adoption, they'll probably stop nursing. I think they will on and off if given the opportunity by then, because Charlie was still nursing our kids when they were 6 months old. But I think they'll probably only do it until then, and then they'll probably be over it when Mom's recovering for a couple days. Then I'll probably set up just like a tent for her in the room or something like that. Or maybe I'll have her recover in my bedroom. That would probably be best. Let's do some stripes for Stripes. I don't even know how to do this one. Stripes Nibbler of Zero Chill. At least Daisy is napping. Daisy's priority right now is milk. Stripes Nibbler don't give a fuck. They do not care. It's like the most rudimentary striping ever. But it's so slight. You need to make them like a little longer and thinner. Otherwise they just look like little leopard spots. There we go. That's better. Little stripes on stripes. Daisy is being the golden child tonight. Little Daisy May. I need someone to be committed to adopting Daisy because I'm already thinking in my head of like how her and Void could work. And it's like, bro, she is a baby. She's gonna get adopted. Come on now. No, Void is snuggling with Pseudo Mom, so like they are one right now. They have become one. She's leaning into her like a little maternity pillow. I don't really know how we're working these stripes, but we're working them. Like, the layout of the cat is what's throwing me, because it's like ruffled hair across. I'm so sorry, Stripes. I feel like I'm doing you dirty here. Girl. Let's do some on her face, too. And a little ear. I feel like I've just given her spots. We might want to revisit that with some shading. I think that's terrible. I might feel different about that tomorrow, but that could be better. I don't know how I want to do that. Let's do for Miss Daisy. Where do I have a picture of her? Miss Daisy May. There she is. Her little spotties. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. As a choose your own adventure. And thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I have gray, but I want to use the rest of this. So we're just going to lighten this. And then we'll go over with another layer of gray if I need to add more for anything. Ha ha ha. Rename her spots, problem solved. Exactly. It's perfect. It's the rare and elusive spotted stripes. Little zoomy babies. Alright, Miss Daisy May. First little paint splooch. Bloop. Looks like a little psyop kitty. It's got like her little like seeing reticle on her eye. Daisy is the hardest to paint if going for authenticity. Her, Charlie, and Kid are probably going to be the hardest. Because they're the sploochiest. Do I have a good one of her on her side? Kind of being sideways. There we go. is a very weird color pattern. Now realizing. Determined Daisy, little pig. She is. Mom's like, okay, that's enough. And Daisy's like, no, actually it's not. I think they do it now for like a comfort thing than like actually eating. I don't hear them suckling so much when they do it. They just kind of latch on and like chill about it. She's got that funny little white spot on her back, just like Gunther. Bloop. I'm turning into a little cow. It's a little cow, baby. Welcome, Kame. Hope you're having a wonderful night. Welcome. She's just a little cow. I feel like her and Chong are gonna look like exactly alike. Alright, this is stock music-y. I feel like I'm in a commercial. I came across a commercial the other day, actually yesterday, with a track that I've used for other things. Royalty-free music is great. You can be listening to or watching a random commercial and boom, I know that song. I edited that into a video. Daisy is feeling some of the middle child neglect. Her sisters are always playing and leaving her out. Aw, maybe. Maybe. I feel like Mom is equally attentive to everyone. Void is a very good mom. But I feel like Daisy is the most attached to her. I think it'd be wonderful if someone was willing to adopt them together. I feel like that would help Void so much. In terms of like socializing, adjusting, adapting. Hello, hello, and welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastical, stupendous Sunday so far. I'm painting some Christmas tree ornaments of all the kitties for a Halloween tree. She is literally attached. She's a little parasite. Which I say with love. My dad used to call me a barnacle on his ass, but like with love. Because I would follow him everywhere. Like literally everywhere. Like anywhere. You would be in one room and then like, okay, you're going to the next room. I'm following you there. I'm following you there. I'm following you there. I'm following you there. He started calling me a barnacle on his ass. With love, not in a mean way. It sounds mean, but it's not. It's with love. Daisy! Little Daisy moo cow. You got a couple of blank spots. I can go over, and then it will be bedtime for the night. Get everyone squared up. Get marbles prepped through tomorrow. I will miss you, Bebs, tomorrow. She should be A-okay and recovered by afternoon Tuesday. So I should be able to see you, Bebs, Tuesday. Wednesday is Serena Day. I go back to physical therapy. And then Thursday, I will probably see you, Beebs. Friday, I'm planning to see you, Beebs. And then Saturday through potentially Tuesday, I will be missing you, BBs. I have medical stuff I have to deal with. She's so cute. Little baby cow. I didn't miss that spot. She has a little missing printer ink on her back. What did I do to Stripes? I don't know what I want to do to fix this, but this is not what I meant it to be. I might just repaint over it. Daisy Lamprey TV. I've seen lots of barnacles in person. Ick, but aw. Yeah, they are kind of gross when you think about it. Like, they're just things that are, like, on the side of whales. Just chonky bits. But, I mean, he wasn't wrong with the comparison. I really was. I remember being like that. Actually, he brought up something that I used to do for... Oh, because Mooshi does it. Something that I used to do when I was a kid. I think all kids do this. But I went through a phase where, like, I would be put to bed, and I would sneak out of bed, and then, like, wait and hide in a corner, and then jump out and scare everyone. I don't know why. And sometimes I would fall asleep waiting. Like, I remember doing this many times. I remember falling asleep behind the chair in the living room and waking up there many times because I would sit out there and wait for, like, motion, and then my dad and his girlfriend would stay up late or whatever. But I don't know why I did that. But I guess Mooshi does that now, to where he'll, like, wait in a corner until my dad goes by and then kind of, like, jump scare him. And he was talking about how cute it was. He was like, I wish it was that cute when you did it. But I probably was a lot more jarring than just a cat being adorable. Like, when a person or even just a kid scares you, it's scary. You startle. When a cat does it, it's like, oh, hey, buddy. But I had forgotten about that for so many years. And I'm reminded of, like, awkwardness because I don't know why I did it. It was weird. I think most kids do something probably similar to that. But it's weird. It is cat behavior. I learned from the cats. But I don't know. I don't know if it's embarrassing or not. But it's definitely weird. Like, I don't know what my... It's not like I was trying to stay up later. It's not like I wanted attention. It's not like I wanted to do a thing. Like, I didn't want to stay up later and, like, watch TV or anything. The only thing I can remember is I wanted to scare. Like, not, like, scary, but, like, startle. Like, haha, you don't know I'm there, but boo. Why? Why? There's nothing normal about that. It's nonsensical. Does not make sense. Does not. Wild babies. It is very cat behavior. But apparently it's cute when Mooshi does it. I don't think it was very cute when I was doing it. But I would make you jump out of your skin. Like, you turn the corner and boo! Whereas Mooshi just does a little pew. And it's cute and adorable and very sweet. I had forgotten that I did that for many years. Like, I didn't do it, but it was just a period, it was a phase of time. But many years I had forgotten that I did that. And now I've been reminded of. Ambush play is probably an evolutionary trait. See, that's exactly what it is. It's part of my Neanderthal heritage. Big forehead, extra wisdom teeth, the prey drive. The ambush play, as we call it. Oh my god. I was a strange... I mean, like, all children are strange. You're just a creature figuring out the world. But I was a strange child. I don't understand that one. I don't know why I did that. I didn't need to be reminded of that. Now I just live with that. Again. Till I forget about it again. And now you all have to live with it too. Ambush is a part of shark behavior too. So if a Neanderthal and a shark fall in love, apparently a Serena is what is created. You know, I always had like this, I don't know, like storybook mental vision when I was younger of like, I'm secretly a princess and like my parents abandoned me here to like learn lessons, and one day I'll be whisked away to a castle. I don't know. I think that's pretty kind. I think all little girls have that like little pipe dream. Just, it's magical. That's all we see in Disney movies. That's what we're exposed to. It's just natural to think that way. But instead, it was a shark falling in love with a Neanderthal, and those are secretly my parents. But that does not explain why I'm not a strong swimmer. I don't know. I got the other side's genes for that one. Neanderthals were kind of dense to my learning. I don't think they would be strong swimmers. Like, very, like, football player build, but, like, short. Maybe an Atlantean princess. I like that. Let's go with that. That sounds a lot more appealing than a Neanderthal shark. An Atlantean princess. I like that. Where's my crown? You guys are funny. Bop this over here. I gotta hit the hay. I don't want to, but I must. Trying to keep everyone super on schedule. Keeps me super on schedule. Allows me to maintain sanity. That's important. Hublarg. Oh, no, I don't want that. I still don't have my change category button back, or my change title button back. I wonder if I'll ever get that back. That's an interesting one. My trials and tribulations. Oh, the next couple weeks are gonna be weird. I'm more anxious about Marble's stuff than my stuff, but I'm not looking forward to my stuff. It's not. I don't. It's just annoying that it takes so much time to prepare for it too. It's a pain in the doompa. It was very nice to see you as well, and thank you. And thoughts are with you during your trials and tribulations in the coming weeks. Will be a bit complicated, but hopefully from there, things will be a bit more squared. It'll provide a lot of information. I get to figure out if I need to go back on infusions. Go, Mom, go! Go, Void, go! Go, Void, go! You can do it! She's so apprehensive. Like, she does not know what she's doing. Hoping that the minds at Loyola and the scope will give us a lot more information about how we can move forward in a much more healthy manner. So that would be ideal. Thank you very much. The babies are so cute. Thank you guys again for hanging out with the zoo with me tonight. Thank you for hanging out with the babies. Getting them all their yummies and crunchies. Their sweet little lovin's, little wild beans. And saying hi to Mr. Zeke too. I know he's excited to be part of Club Cult. Expect a permanent lap fixture named Zeke for the rest of eternity. What? You don't hear? Do you have a lot of Polish family? Your Doompa is your butt. It's your booty. Your booty. So I mean, like, literally and figuratively when I'm using it in that context, I guess. But your Doompa is your booty. Like, sit on your Doompa. I heard that so much as a kid. Which is arguably nicer than, like, sit on your ass. Like, sit on your Doompa. Oh my goodness. It's your Doompa. Oompa, loompa, doompa-dee-doo. Serena is here to explain Polish gibberish for you. Thank you, thank you. I will be here the rest of my life, intermittently. Intermittently. Some genetically, but no heritage, basically. That's okay. That's what I'm here for. I shall teach us all of the funky words. I wish I knew some cool words in Irish. But no, I just got Polish butt. Thank you all for a wonderful night. Thank you for your chats. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your support. And thank you for your company. More than anything, thank you for your time. Your time is very valuable. There's this finite thing that you do not get more of. It is only just so much of it that you get. You cannot make more. You can make more money. You can make more friends. You can make more Sharpies. You can make more tape. Thank goodness, because I use tape like it's going out of style. If you cannot make more time, and thank you so much for yours. Whether it is 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 hours, if I don't see you again for 2 years. When our times collide, it is beautiful, magical, amazing, and marvelous. I'm a very grateful girly. Incoming Sabrina spam! If you guys want to keep up with me offline, hop into the Disky Boo. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff. Socials. Some more fun stuff. Sketch for when I will see you bebs next. I'm 99.9. Oops. Click. 99% sure it is up to date. Taking that 0.9 out of the equation, I guess I got uncertain in those 0.2 seconds. And thank you all most of all for being a part of the Stream the Dreams project. I appreciate it madly, deeply, dearly. And thank you. Do me one favor before I see you next, and that is remember that you are wonderful, amazing, incredible, spectacular, fantastic, phenomenal, and all of the good things in the world. I need to stop poking my microphone. I don't know if I changed the distance or something. I keep hitting you guys. I'm sorry. I don't know how abrasive that is, but I feel like it's abrasive. Oi. Before I see you, Bebs, next, remember that you are wonderful, amazing, incredible, spectacular, fantastic, phenomenal, all the good things in the world. Take those compliments and put them in your back pocket, your side pocket, your cute little shirt pocket, floating in suspended animation, or wherever it needs to go until I see you next. You sweet babos. Have a beautiful, beautiful rest of your night. And thank you so much. I hope good days are ahead of you too, Club Colt. Crossing fingers and paws over here. Life is unavoidable, but hopefully all the good stuff comes with it. Crossing fingers and paws. And thank you. It is always a pleasure. I appreciate you, Beebs. Get some good sleep tonight. Get some good eats. And I shall see you all for next one.
doesn't feel like how it used to. But still I tell myself it is. Maybe I've gotten myself used to. So used to